with the annual reports of the Department of Science and Innovation together with its entities. This morning, we'll first receive a briefing from the AG, and then we will go into some clarity-seeking questions and some input stemming from the AG's input. I would like to encourage members to try and separate their questions between those that we need to be posing to the AG and those that we need to be posing to the department and its entities, without, of course, limiting the engagement of members at all. So we will—
Recording in progress.
The briefing from the AG now until about 9:20 or 9:30. We don't mean to rush the AG at all, but if colleagues do go over that time a bit, we will understand. But then we will move to clarity-seeking questions, and then to the Department of Science and Innovation, and then to the Hsrc and SANSA. And then we'll go into questions and discussions. Can I note, Anele, apologies for that noise, as a helicopter passing by. Can I note, Anele, from your side? Oh, sorry. Can I note, Shanaz, from your side, if there are any apologies?
Good morning, Chair, and to everybody that's on the platform today. The apologies we received from the Minister, who's attending to a cabinet meeting and then also is leaving for Dhaka today. Then DG is also not here today. He sent the apology. He will be attending the SKA meeting. Then from the member side, I've got Ms. King, who will just be joining a bit later, and then Ms. Chirwa from the EFF, who will be attending the Health Committee meeting. And then, yes, that's all that I have, Chair.
Thank you, Shanaz. I think DG has said he'll try and enter the meeting to make his opening remarks as well. And I think DM will also be joining the meeting at a later stage as well, just before the presentation from the department, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let me hand over then to the AG. It's now 9:03. Colleagues will give you about until 9:30 or so to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. My name is Lawrence van Vieren. I have with me today also Ms. Nozipo Nkefu, the Senior Manager responsible for the audit of the Science and Innovation portfolio. My apologies, for some reason my camera does not want to switch on today. Chairperson, at the end of the session today, the committee members will receive a link with the survey, and we would really appreciate if the committee members can complete the survey for us. Your feedback is indeed very important to us. Chairperson, the Auditor-General has formulated a new strategy called Culture Shift 2030. We want to shift the culture of our auditees towards a culture that is predominated by behavior that reflects transparency, accountability, and integrity. This culture shift can only be achieved through the accountability ecosystem, which you see there on the screen. And I'm not going to go through it in detail for the sake of time. My colleagues have indeed presented it to the committee during the previous meeting. Chairperson, we believe that this culture shift can only be achieved through this accountability ecosystem, which is a network of stakeholders that all have a responsibility to either insist or play a role in public sector accountability. But once we can have a culture shift that is characterized by performance, accountability, and transparency and integrity, the environment should improve to one that has got sound financial management, performance management, and service delivery, which would ultimately have a positive impact on the lives of the citizens. I will hand over to Nozipho then to take the committee through the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, Chair. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to honorable members of the committee, colleagues from DSI portfolio and AGSA, and everyone in the call. As introduced, my name is Nozipho Nekofe, and I'll be taking you through the audit outcomes of the portfolio for 21-22 financial year. Chair, on this slide, you will see that we start with 2018-19 financial year. On this slide, on that year, which is the first year of administration, we had DSI and CSIR on clean audits, while NRF and Hsrc received unqualified audits with finding. You'll see that in 2019-20, all the entities plus the department were on clean audit, so there was a massive improvement. However, in 2020-21 financial year, Hsrc regressed to unqualified with finding audit opinion, while the department and the two entities remain on a clean audit. Okay. In the current year, we've seen further regression with regards to Hsrc as it's moved to a qualified audit opinion with findings, while the department and two other entities remain unchanged as the clean audit. Chair, we have audit entities that we don't audit as the AGSA, but we do have a slide at the end that is talking to it. So the presentation does not include those. And the slide highlights the quality of performance reports. It highlights the before we audited and after we audited. So in terms of CSIR, Hsrc, and NRF, there were no findings on reported performance indicators for the program that we audited. However, for the department, there were some findings that were material in terms of the consistency of the indicator, but the management was able to correct the performance reports during the audit and then receiving the clean audit. On this slide, we're highlighting the key target in terms of a medium-term strategic framework. We note that the DSI portfolio focus mainly on two priorities. If you look in terms of the graph here, we are looking in terms of the achievement for the whole APR for all the entities. While if you look in terms of the middle block, we are highlighting those key targets that were not achieved per department and entities. And Chair, what I want to highlight mainly is the impact of not achieving the targets. While we do understand that some of these targets have the external demand, so they depend mostly on the external demand, but the non-achievement of this target could result in shortage of skilled resources in certain critical science and innovation areas, which could impact the country's development and other key initiatives. Chair, while the department and entities achieve most of its indicators and targets, reflection needs to be done if those indicators and targets are in line with the National Development Plan as well as medium-term strategy framework going forward, Chair. Chair, on this slide, we are highlighting the targets that were not achieved from the previous slide. it highlights, the reason for non-achievement as per the performance reports from the department and its entities. Just want to highlight that we did not audit all the indicators that are summarized here, because we don't audit all the programs on indicators. This slide just continue on that information. Okay, this slide, we're going to be talking to material irregularity. I will call it MI going forward. The department and its entities are implementing the MI. So briefly, in terms of the definition of an MI, basically it's divided into 3 components, where that it means that there must be a non-compliance with or contravention of legislation, or a fraud or theft or breach of fiduciary duty. The second part is that we must identify it during our audits. And lastly, most importantly, is the impact that it must result or likely to result in material loss, misuse of material public resource, or substantial harm either to the public sector or the general public. So if we identify the MI, what we do is that we notify the accounting officer or authority, and then we give them time to respond. And if they're not taking appropriate action, then we can refer that MI to the relevant public body like your SIU, or we can put recommendation in the audit report in terms of how to resolve the MI, and give them time to take appropriate action. And if we come back and appropriate action have not been implemented, that is when we take binding remedial action. Also, we come back, and if it's not implemented, that is when AGSA can issue the certificates of debt. Okay, this slide just highlights the responsibilities as an oversight when the accounting authority or officer is dealing with an MI. It is advised that you should monitor the progress and call the accounting officer or authority to, account for the action that are taken in. And if the recommendations are now included in the audit reports or remedial action, then you need to request, the action plan in terms of what they're doing, and monitor the progress in terms of the MI. And if it's referred to the public body, the oversight committee can always monitor it, and then call the public body to account if there is any undue delays. During the audit, Chair, we did identify MI at Hsrc. It was relating to the payroll system that was not updated to align with changes, with text changes, and this resulted in the payroll benefits that were given to employees without deducting the associated tax with it. So we issued a notification to the accounting authority on the 8th of June. They responded back to us on the 4th of July this year, and in their initial response was to disagree with the MI. And what we did, Chair, is we met with the accounting authority and discussed the salient point of the MI. And subsequently to that, we received the fact that the accounting authority is dealing with the MI, taking appropriate action. And we are currently evaluating that response that we received on the 5th of October this year. Chair, this slide speaks to the quality of financial reporting. We look in terms of the proper record keeping, and you'll see that there's some yellow there at Hsrc. This is because we didn't receive information timeously during the audits. And there's yellow in terms of daily and monthly control at DSI. This is because of the amendments to the annual performance reports at the department. And here you'll see there's red in terms of year and year-end monitoring at Hsrc. And this is because the preparation of regular and accurate and complete financial reports that are supported by reliable information was the concern at Hsrc, and this resulted in them receiving a qualification in terms of valuation of the accrual leave. And mainly this was due to the fact that the entity used system-generated reports without validating if it's accurate, valid, and complete. We also had an issue at Hsrc with regards to review and monitoring of compliance. This is talking to the fact that they have material findings in the audit report with regards to SEM as well as consequent management. And we're highlighting the impact that if the financial statement are not reliable, then it could affect the decisions of other stakeholders as well as management, because it's based on this information. Chair, this slide highlights the financial health. We did not have too many issues. I want dwell more on this slide. Just highlight that the revenue management is a bit of a concern because the portfolio doesn't collect as much, and there were no major issues in terms of the expenditure part, and we assess the department and its entities as going concern. In terms of compliance with key legislation, you'll see that the SI, SSIR, and NRF did not have material findings. However, Hsrc had one. It had findings on quality of financial statement, and this relates mainly to the qualification as required by PFMA. The AFS must comply with GRAP in terms of Hsrc, and there were some issues in terms of procurement and contract management. There were new issues as well as the other findings from the previous year that were addressed, and there was also consequent management. This was a new issue that was identified in the current year. This slide just highlights the procurement and contract management in terms of what are those findings that we identified. So the first one at Hsrc was were not advertised for the minimum period, and this was a new finding this year. And this one, Chair, was the previous way one, and this was addressed because we didn't find any findings with regards to prior approval that was not obtained from National Treasury in terms of when you are deviating from your normal procurement processes. The new one also at Hsrc, it was the local content requirement that were not followed. Here, this slide speaks to the irregular expenditure in the current year. We saw in terms of in 2019, it was 13 million, and it increased significantly in 1920, and it speaks to the fact that in this year, all the entities and the department had clean audits, and we saw an increase in 2020-21 financial year, and then it also increased slightly in 21-22 financial year. And the top contributors are Hsrc. I just want to highlight that in terms of Hsrc, 95% of that 20 million is coming from the prior year where prior approval was not obtained from National Treasury. So there's still payment that were coming from those contracts. It wasn't a new finding. And the other top contributor was CCR with 4 million. What we want to highlight in terms of the impact is that because most of them, there was deviation from competitive bidding, that means competitive pricing was not obtained and there was issues with transparency. So that means they did not comply with the 5 pillars of procurement as required by the Constitution. Chair, the slide speaks to now the consequence management and dealing with the irregular expenditure. You will see that the closing balance in the portfolio is actually increasing. It was the same for 2018, 2019, and it's increased a bit in 2020-21, and it increased significantly in 21-22 financial year. The top contributors, obviously, is Hsrc, NRF, CSIR, and DSI, which is highlighting what is making that 46 million, which was the irregular expenditure in the previous year that should have been dealt with in 2021-22 financial year. We note that there are cases, that are waiting condonment from National Treasury at DSI, as well as CSIR. So is consequence management taking place there? They're waiting for that final condemnation. And in terms of NRF, the board did remove the irregular expenditure. We did not audit that because it was after the AFS were received to us, so it was a subsequent event. However, we did confirm that there were consequence management because investigation went done and other requirements. However, at Hsrc, this is where we had issues because there were no investigation that were performed in relation to the prior irregular expenditure, and this is evidenced by the consequence management finding that is included in the audit report. Chair, this slide just highlights the entities that we do not audit in session 43, but we do provide oversight in terms of the process, audit process for these auditors. You will see that SANSA, the previous 2 years, it was unqualified with under ministers, and this year it improved. So all the entities are now sitting with a clean audit outcome. Chair, this next slide will look into the root cause recommendation and the commitment. In terms of the overall root cause of significant findings at Hsrc is that it did not ensure effective monitoring of compliance with applicable legislation, and this resulted in irregular expenditure, and also there wasn't adequate control to prevent misstatement in the financial statement, and effective and consequence management was not always in place. So we recommended to the board them with support from the audit committee should track action plan to ensure that the appropriate action is taken to fix the leave system, as well supports management in terms of validating the information from the system. The board should also monitor the compliance with supply chain management, and also to ensure that they conduct proper and timely investigation in terms of the instances of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure so that consequence management can be implemented. We also recommended to the board that appropriate action should be taken to fully address the MI. We engage with the board and receive their commitment that they will ensure that effective consequence management is implemented, and they will look in terms of the action plan at Hsrc to be able to accurately determine and record the leave liability, and that they will take appropriate action to resolve the MI that we notify them and ensure that they prevent any further losses, also ensuring that there's consequence management. We also met with the minister and he committed that he would track Hsrc audit plan and meet up with the board to get, monitor the implementation of the MI and, monitor if they are taking effective action for consequent management. He also noted to us that the CEO's post, which has been vacant for more than 12 months, will be filled soon. You also commented that, you should also continue to provide oversight to the departments, SIR and NRF, to ensure that these the department and these entities maintain their clean audit outcomes. Chair, in this slide, we're highlighting the prior commitment and how the committee has exercised the oversight. And we're also having the key message, which is the proposed commitment for the current year to the portfolio, that the portfolio should track commitment that is made to improve audit outcome, especially at Hsrc, and it should ensure that the best practices and preventative control are implemented in all other entities and the department. And the portfolio should monitor the culture of consequence management and accountability ecosystem to ensure that the audit outcome are sustained and improve at Hsrc. And lastly, the committee should also monitor the implementation of consequence management in terms of the irregular expenditure, and also monitor the action that are taken by the board to resolve MI at Hsrc. Okay, I would like to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Sorry about that. I was struggling to find my application, when you have many tabs that are open. Colleagues, thank you very much once again for that presentation. Mr. Van Vuren, there's nothing you'd like to come back on?
Yes, and thank you. Not at this stage. You are welcome to ask any questions for clarity, and we'll gladly assist. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much, colleagues from the AG. Those honorable members are there or that then is the briefing from the AG regarding the DSI and its entities. Can I please note any hands from members that have any clarity seeking questions or any remarks or comments coming from the AG regarding the DSI and its entities? All right, I see Honorable Mananiso. I'll take Honorable Mananiso for now and note other hands that go up at a later stage. Honorable Mananiso followed by Honorable Sibia.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation from AGSA. And one must say that it is mind stimulating in terms of what needs to happen from us as the portfolio committee. Chairperson, mine are comments. I think we need to note issues that were highlighted on slide 18 in terms of quality of financial statements by Hsrc, and as well irregular expenditures on slide 20 in terms of who are the top contributors, noting as well the concern that was raised of deviation for competitive bidding. I think it is very critical that as the portfolio committee would need to get more clarity from the entities in terms of actually what should be the problem here. We are noting that every time when we get report from the AG, issues of supply chain management are a concern. So we would need to make follow-up Chairperson with the entities Hsrc and as well CSIR. And slide 20, Chairperson, as well. It's very worrying when we are told that there's a continuity of increase of irregular expenditure. So we would need to as well make follow-up with regards to that with these entities. We are noting as well that there are commitments, Chair, with regards to consequence management. However, one would want to put forth to the entities that they must submit to us in terms of their program of action on consequence management. And if possible, they must just give us a narrative in terms of what were the issues relating to that. Slide 25, Chair, I think we need to actually thank the AG for this simplified presentation that one can understand in terms of what are the issues on these entities with regards to public pairs. The issue of commitment, we need a program of action from our entities in terms of this specific commitments, and as well they must give us specific time frames so that as the portfolio committee we are able to do our oversight. And slide 27, Chairperson, as a portfolio committee, we need just to note as it is and make it our program of action for oversight. Perhaps we need to visit one of these entities physically so to do oversight. That's what I can say for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for the presentation. I would like to know whether the full amount of fruitless and wasteful expenditure has been recovered from the responsible staff, and to know whether if these funds which were not spent are returned to the National Treasury or has a rollover been approved. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. Thank you, honorable members. I don't know if colleagues from the AG would like to respond to some of the questions, but I think many of them must be accounted for by the entities themselves in the department. But we do note and really appreciate the analyses that the AG has given us, particularly in assisting us in the type of oversight work that we need to continuously do as a committee on the department and its entities. I think, stemming from the presentation that we've received, the Hsrc does remain a concern, and we look forward to the engagements with that particular entity. But of course, we would have to, there's a new you know, when you learn a new term, sometimes we abuse kancane. But there's this new term that I've learned about this accountability ecosystem. Mr. Van Buren, Ms. Komape referred to it last week. And I think it would be important for us to also understand from the side of the department what it's doing to sort of play its immediate oversight role on the Hsrc. I note the reference that the AGSA makes in terms of the ministers, the engagements with the minister and the commitment there to continuously interact with the Hsrc. But it would be also great to find out from the entity as we go into the rest of this meeting where those particular challenges are. I mean, as something that I'm also interested in hearing is around some of the finalization of the leadership of the entity. We referred to soon, but when is soon? You know, I think we need to put timeframes on that. So let's, colleagues, leave that input of the AGSA. Well, let me see if Mr. Van Buren and Sis Nozipo, if there's anything you would like to add. If not, I think we can move over to the next presentation.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you, honourable members. Yes, maybe just some last reflections. Overall, this is actually a very well-performing portfolio in terms of audit outcomes. Most entities clean audit outcomes, and what is important is to notice that there's a lot of good practices that can be used and can be learned from each other within this portfolio, because many of the entities have a very good history and track record of clean audit. In fact, a few years ago, Hsrc was in a similar position. Key comment that you made was leadership. It is indeed important that a permanent and full-time CEO being appointed to the Hsrc, because we've seen that good and strong leadership does have a positive impact on audit outcomes. A new board has recently been appointed, and I think you know that the new board will also take the Hsrc in a new direction. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. That's all from us. Thank you very much.
I don't know who was, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that interruption towards the end of your input. Thank you so much. I'll take it that you have then closed on behalf of the entire AGSA, or must I still check with Nozipo? Is there anything you'd like to add?
No, Chair, I'm covered. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much, colleagues. It's now 9:38 and we'll be moving on to the presentation by the department. I know DG had said he would try log on at around 9:40 just to make his opening remarks. I see he is on the platform and his camera is open. DG, over to you. Well, let me see if DM is on the platform before you come in, DG. I don't see him on the platform. Can I ask if Steve, Mr. Mampejo, can you indicate to us when DM will be on the platform, please? Okay, I can't. All right, let's just move on to the input by the DG, and then we'll get into the presentation, and hopefully by then the DM will have joined us. DG.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the honorable members for the opportunity. And also just to say thank you to Lawrence and Nozipo for their input. I missed the first part, but they have briefed the minister, myself, and the rest of the DSI executive on some of the outcomes of the audit outcomes for all the entities. So we are very much aware of some of the challenges that have been picked up during this audit. But as Lawrence said, we strive to make sure that the portfolio as a whole does its best to make sure that we always have clean audits. So we'll continuously work with the entities, and maybe the CFO, Robert, could talk about some interventions that we have in engaging with the CFO of all the entities, so that, as Lawrence indicated, we can learn from each other on the best practices. And then the second point, Chair, is that unfortunately I am hosting the entire SKA board, SKA council meeting here in Cape Town. So it was not easy for me to be part of the presentation of the DSI part of the presentation, but I have requested Dr. Mboneni Mobe to do this on behalf of the department, but he's got all the DDGs and the CFO, and I'm sure you'll have a good presentation, quality presentation on our annual reports, what we have achieved and what we have not achieved, and what we are putting in place to address those that have been not achieved. So I think that's all I'd like to say. And again, I apologize, I may not be with you all the time, but in spirit and in heart, I am with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Mr. Mampecha, your device continuously unmutes itself.
Okay.
I may have to remove you if it persists. Let me check if someone else from the department or from the... Ms. Shoba, can you please, I see you on the platform, can you please indicate to Mr. Mampecho that his device is continuously unmuting itself? And if it persists, I will have to remove him from the platform. And that will make it hard for him to rejoin the meeting later.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'd like to then hand over to Mr. Moafe to then make the presentation on behalf of the department. And then Ms. Shoba, if I could also request from you, I'm so sorry to request so much from you, but if you could also please check with the DM's office what time they'll be able to join the meeting. Thank you.
Will do, Chair.
All right, let's hand over then to Mr. Moafe.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to check if the presentation is visible to everyone.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thanks. I'm probably just going to go straight into the presentation. It's a couple of slides. So the outline, as indicated, we're going to be looking at the institutional outcome goals of the department and reflection on our overall performance, and then also the performance per institutional outcomes, and then pretty much going a little bit deeper than what the AG has done, looking at the performance of the DSI entities, but that will still be a very much high level. And then we also have a reflection on the unachieved annual targets, what the situation was, and obviously probably a sense of what is going to be done going forward. And then we're going to highlight our financial performance. So in terms of the department's institutional goals, we know that we are really about ensuring that we cater to us having a transformed, inclusive, and responsible and coordinated science system. We also are about building human capabilities and skills for the economy and development, increase knowledge generation and innovation outputs, as well as the knowledge utilization for economic development, which I think is very crucial. And then the other critical thing, which is really what we're going to be focusing on even as we implement the decadal plan, is that of inclusivity, that making sure that whatever we do as a department, we actually are taking everybody along with. Then innovation in support of a capable and developmental state, and that is another very crucial area. But just by way of highlighting the performance of the department during the financial year. As you can see, the department has achieved 92% of its targets, and that meant that we achieved 48 out of 52. And we will at some point highlight what the targets that were not achieved were about. And as per the previous presentation that was done by the AG, we are again pleased that the department did have a clean audit. In terms of the responsibility in ensuring that we've got a transformed and inclusive and responsive and coordinated and efficient NSI. These are really the pillars of the decadal plan. And in doing what we're doing, it's really about what the philosophy of the decadal plan, as per the white paper, is really us continuing to develop the system and supporting research, as well as enhancing the impact derived from STI, so that we can derive maximum impact for the NSI and help South Africa address its challenges. We all know that in South Africa, we've got pockets of excellence, and the intention is therefore to continue to develop and expand those. And the reason why it's pockets is because we don't necessarily have the requisite critical mass of the skills that we can really have in order to really grow out of the pockets of excellence to really being huge on excellence. However, the focus also of the decadal plan is how do we actually develop and support skills that will make sure that our science system continues to grow. The mainstreaming of social sciences in all programs. This is really to address the complexity of the challenges facing South Africa and the world. And it's really important to note that whatever we do through science, the central issue is about how do we make people's life experiences better through innovation. So whatever we do is also going to have an interface with social sciences, which is why it is important for us to begin to support the interfaces and the mainstreaming of social sciences. A deliberate focus on just transition. And here, when we talk about transitions, whether it is around the matters of energy, health, and so on, the J part of it, when people talk about JED, if it's in the energy, the just aspect of it is very crucial for South Africa, because we need to make sure that whatever transition we do, we actually make sure that we don't leave others in terms of employment, retraining, and so on and so forth. So there's going to be a deliberate focus of the work that the department continues to do, even as we implement the decadal plan on the just transition. So besides the indicators that we have had on the annual report, the previous financial year and continuing to this year, we have been working, as you recall, on the finalization of the work of the decadal plan, deriving from what has been highlighted on the white paper of science and technology and innovation. So in this regard, we're pleased to indicate that last year, as you may recall, the minister hosted the inaugural IMC on science, technology, and innovation, where the decadal plan was endorsed. There have been consultations going on with the various social partners. And then the other aspect of it, which is budget coordination, has gained momentum and actually made some very interesting, exciting strides in terms of progress in our engagement with the National Treasury, and also how we begin to incorporate that into our own issues of performance measurement, which is why we've also been engaging with the DPME at the presidency. So the plan is to host the second IMC this year in next month on the 4th of November, where we are expecting that the roadmap to a final sign-off by Cabinet and STI plenary will probably be dealt with. And I think that the issue is, even as we're working this year to finalize our APPs, the commitment is for us to be able to then incorporate all inputs that we're having through consultation and from all stakeholders to be incorporated for us to be able to table the final document sometimes in March 2023. So I think it's important to indicate here the kind of stakeholders that we have engaged with. There's been intensive engagement with various government departments. Some of those are still ongoing, at least at DDG levels, just to make sure that the operationalization of the work is finalized. Engagements with National Treasury, and here we also include especially the focus on the aspect of budget coordination. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, also part of that. Consultation with civil society, the Committee of Heads of Research and Technology Organization, higher education institutions through USAF, the NEDLEC processes, and here really engaging all the stakeholders, whether it's business, whether it is the labor movements. Those engagements have been very robust and quite helpful in us trying to also refocus, make sure that their concerns are included. We have, of course, engaged the various economic clusters, social cluster, Fossat Manco, and the economic cluster. So what has actually come out as main issues during engagement, also, of course, is the issues of coordination, the issues of making sure that we have a sense of what the challenges are around budget availability, the skills and jobs, and also some of the sector-specific interventions that will be required. Just to briefly expand in terms of coordination, there is a need to have a greater and structured institutionalization between business and government departments so that we can really enable the development and implementation of sector-led RDI, STI plans. And it is important, as we'll see by the strategic management model, where we see the department playing a role and where we see the other line departments really coming on board to take over in terms of the implementation and the uptake of the various areas of technologies. So the issues of formulation of co-investment framework and also practically demonstrating the whole government approach. And this is quite crucial because there are a whole range of other innovation-intensive government departments which we have engaged that also need to make sure that when we look at sector-specific areas of investment, then they also can have a sense of what their contribution is going to be. In the area of budget coordination, looking at how the decadal plan is going to implement in the current constrained fiscal environment. And of course, the budget coordination is about acknowledging also that the fiscal environment is constrained so that we can be able to maximize the penny that government has and make sure that it is invested in a wise way in all the initiatives that we have. So we therefore are looking at various ways, for example, how we can in a smart way leverage resources, especially when we talk about human capacity development, the role that the SETA budget can play in enabling our work. Again, in the area of skills development and job creation, entrenching STI as part of basic and tertiary education curricula. And this is quite important, but of course, we need to also strengthen the pipeline in terms of the basic education system and how it continues to produce maths and science literate learners. Building a sense of agency in skills development to enable the successful implementation of the decadal plan. And there are various initiatives that are already on the go, which we'll reflect on at some point. Partnership with the TVET colleges, because we see this as a fertile ground for the decadal plan in terms of skills, especially those skills that are required beyond what we call the high-end skills. The skills that actually are going to drive the economy are those that are normally offered through the decadal, through the TVET colleges. Looking at the circular economy as the way to unlock opportunities And we are already having initiatives in the green economy that are leading us in that way. On labor-related issues, a high-tech approach proposed for the DP, looking at a balanced exercise, minimizing the losses of employment opportunities, but also making sure that as we transition, when we talk about the knowledge economy, that we are going to need to look at how do we reskill and ensure that we don't get left behind in terms of still staying behind with skills that are not modernized for the technological world. And of course, this is really making sure that for each and every sector, when we do this, the issues of safety are not compromised. This slide just shows what I was talking about when you look at the strategic management model of the system, where we see the role of the department in green. This is really where the core of the department is about, but then moving towards the right, where you begin to see the line departments coming on board, for example, looking at the role of the Department of Health, Agriculture, Mineral Resources, and so on, Energy, where the work is starting to be done jointly in partnership between ourselves and various line departments. But ultimately, where we move towards the far right, where the issue is no longer about the development of innovations and technologies, but also how such can actually be utilized. And this is really, for example, we provide issues such as weather services, the area of standards, laboratories, testing, and so on and so forth. This really is an area that is resting mainly on the relevant line department. So we show the sliding scale of what our responsibilities are. The line in green on the block below, showing that in the far left, the department is still pretty much mainly involved, but our involvement begins to reduce as we move towards the left, until a point where, of course, the line departments are the main responsible parties. In terms of the budget coordination, there's been really work that has been done in the modeling of working groups set up to unpack the numbers. And here we already have a sense of what will it take for us, for example, to meet the targets by the 2024, by then 2030, and so on and so forth. What will it take for us to meet the targets, and what will, for example, the business as usual scenario do? So those kind of modeling have been done, and we are able to indicate that if nothing changes, obviously the targets will be missed, but if the changes at this point, then we can meet the targets. And to what extent are those targets going to be met? So the STI baseline study was completed for evidence to inform the development of framework for government and budget coordination. And here we work very closely with GTEC, and we are also working very closely with the National Treasury proper in terms of just enhancing the monitoring and evaluation of budgets for R&D. Engagements with National Treasury and DPME to interface with the MTech process has already started. And again, we are pleased that the introductory contributions have been made to the mandate paper for 2023, here indicating the centrality of innovation in the work of government and how the contributions into the mandate paper can actually be expanded going forward. The issue of human capabilities and skills for economic development. Here, in terms of what our targets have been and are, as we look at the whole MTF process, MTS timelines, is that we're targeting 12,000 PhD bursaries awarded by 2024. And our sense is that given what we have achieved so far, that this particular target is within reach. And also the one of having not less than 24,400 postgraduate bursaries awarded, again, with the current target of 17,211 having been reached, we are again comfortable that this target will probably be met. Then in the issue of the 3,750 graduates and students being placed and funded in terms of the work preparation programs, again, we are comfortable that this target will be met because we have indeed taken already 3,370 graduate and students who have been placed to gain the work experiences in various areas. Our interventions towards the priorities is really that the decadal plan makes provision for increased development of skills, including more technical skills. Proposed innovation and skills compact across government will also assist in driving these numbers higher. And then the introduction of industry-based qualification will incentivize investment by private sector in skills development. And we are seeing that in terms of areas where we are beginning to implement some of the catalytic projects, that there is interest in the private sector to be part of the whole process of skills development. In terms of the skills planning, the DSI has commenced work on the development of decadal plan and economic recovery and reconstruction plan skills framework as part of the input into the work of DHET. And we are pleased that these engagements has really been quite extensive. We also have held engagements with a number of SETAs, where they talk about water and energy SETA, insofar as hydrogen and energy is concerned, MI SETA on digital capabilities, and also on what we call the local economic development, where we're working with various municipalities and districts. Agri-SETA on the bioeconomy and food security aspects, and the mining and manufacturing and EDTP SETA here mainly on the workplace preparation program. So in the planning phase, engagement with science councils and public entities have also happened. I have mentioned about the issue of expanding the capacity for research, and here the initiatives such as the Tutuka Black Academics Advancement Programs, these are initiatives that are looking to support emerging Black researchers. And we see that they are actually making some good progress. They are key in bringing about transformation of the system. And we're pleased that as we talk today or to Tech Talk, 1.8 emerging researchers grants for South African citizens and permanent residents have been given. And of these, 61% were female and 81% were Black researchers. So it is our sense that these initiatives are going to help us really reach our goal. Science engagement, this is another area of ensuring that we grow even in terms of the future, the pipeline of the scientists going forward. In general, against our 2024 targets, we are comfortable that we'll be able to reach those. The challenge we have in terms of the sector-specific areas is the one on science, space science engagements, where the impact of the COVID has actually been much higher than in other areas in terms of how this can be committed on. So the sense is that this target, unless something miraculous happens, is not going to be met. In terms of the interventions towards this priority, the NRF Act has been amended to formally include responsibility for science engagement, and also the agreement on utilizing 4% of the DSI budget to focus on science awareness and engagement. So this, in our view, will go a long way into ensuring that we reach our targets. Proposed priorities on the innovation and skills compact for IMC approval, ensuring synergy amongst rather than duplication of initiatives, and this is very crucial, specifically targeting education and skills to support innovation. The issue of arresting IP leakage, and this we want to do by increasing support for commercialization. So when the innovation and technologies that we have supported are just sitting idle, it normally, if you don't take them through to commercialization, they normally get leaked and get commercialized elsewhere, either through people living with the IP in their heads or the IP just simply being sold out. So we really want to try and cut that short by increased support for commercialization. Also ensuring that the public procurement support local developed technologies, improving capabilities across government to support innovation, as well as the spatial input of innovation in line with the DDM. And here, this is where we deliberately are ensuring that our initiatives have got footprint in every corner of this country, in every province, and in every district and every municipality. So the DDM is going to be quite central in doing this. Development of an AI strategy and ethics framework. This is quite crucial. Here, bearing in mind that the bulk of the technologies do have either a racial bias or all sorts of other biases, that when we develop our own technologies, we want to address those, so that when we talk about AI and facial recognition, for example, that we've got technologies that don't discriminate. Increased knowledge for generation and innovation outputs. Here, I need to indicate that we have indicated, and this is really just 35 disclosures, not just 35 disclosures, is about 35 disclosures that would have been licensed. And we are quite comfortable, because the issue about licensing is important, because you don't just want to have disclosures, but if those disclosures are being commercialized to avoid leakage, you also want to see either them being licensed or commercialized. And this is really quite an important indicator that we've introduced about 2 years ago, and which is beginning to bear fruits. Public awareness sessions on IP at TVET colleges. We have exceeded the targets that we had thought we were going to have in this instance. And I think this is important, because when we raise awareness of IP in TVET colleges, this is where some of the learners that come out, the students that graduate out of TVET, some of them follow entrepreneurial careers, and they are able to then appreciate the value of IP and how they can actually commercialize that. Interventions towards this priority on the decadal plan, using publicly funded IP to transform ownership of the economy. We got provision on our IP Act that when IP is sitting idle, we can actually intervene and ensure that it's commercialized. And here, this is where we bring on board these particular transformative actions to make sure that the IP is taken. Decadal plan second-tier patenting system, leading to increased commercialization and hence support of transformation. So we are hoping that these interventions will make sure that all the IP that we have publicly funded that hasn't really found way into the market can actually be shared with the relevant other partners. Increased knowledge generation and innovation outputs. Here, we are pleased to indicate that over 9,000 research articles were published through DSI and NRF-funded research work, and they've been cited in Web Science citation database. Obviously, there are other innovation outputs, work that has been done through the DSI funding in terms of the IP, and then the prototypes that have also been generated, because this is also beginning to help in terms of supporting commercialization, where IP rights are filed and also the prototypes are generated. We also are pleased to report that we launched last year a media lab at the Wembe district, and this is really also a demonstration of some of the technologies that have been developed with locally funded IP. Here we're powering 20 computers using photovoltaic cells and the MLT inverters. And the MLT inverters, these are inverters that have been developed over the years through the funding of government. And we're pleased that MLT inverters are now also exporting their inverters to Europe and to the Middle East. The Internet of Things factory project, this has also been underway with various universities and research institutes. And again, this is beginning to also help us move into the 4IR as society and as a country. On the knowledge for economic development, we have a number of catalytic projects that we have started. We have presented a couple of these, especially when we talk about the kickstarting of the development of the Hydrogen Society. We have presented, I think, to the Portfolio Committee, the Hydrogen Valley and the Platinum Valley Initiative, the Catalytic Projects, as we have seen during the demonstration at the University of the Western Cape of the Coal to X project. And this is really what the Platinum Valley project is going to do, basically ensuring that we can raise the demand of the hydrogen, the green hydrogen, and also the commercialization of the IP that we have developed locally. And we have done projections and we can see what the demand for hydrogen will be by 2030, but also some of the costing and how we can begin to see this becoming competitive over the years as the implementation of the programs goes. In terms of the key actions and milestones between 2021 and 2040 in regards with the Hydrogen Society roadmap, we're looking between now and 2024 at small scale electrolysis production, looking at about 100 megawatt of green hydrogen production. And then this will grow with time in terms of moving from mega to gigawatts. And this is really going to be aligned with the uptake by various sectors, whether you talk about mobility, in transportation, the use in industrial application, and so on and so forth. The coal carbon 2X project, I think we have seen the demonstration thereof at the visit by the Portfolio Committee at the University of the Western Cape. And this project is really about how do we make sure that while we transition into cleaner energies, when we still have various big emitters of pollutions, how can we really make sure that we can capture those pollutants and convert them into high value products? And here we're talking about converting them into sulfuric acid, fertilizers, ammonia, and hydrogen. So this project is one of those that we think is going to be quite crucial in contribution towards the just transition. And this is really just to, again, indicate what the conversion is going to look like, and also to indicate that there is a program of awareness training which was completed in 2021. The other work that we have actually been doing over the past financial year, looking at building capacity for local vaccine manufacturing. And there are a number of initiatives that have been started, one of them developing the strategy for vaccine development. And the reason why we do this is because this is very crucial, not only for the health security of the country, but also national security, and really building the issue of security of supply, not only in South Africa, but also for the rest of the continent. And we have a number of programs that we've started implementing in the area of diagnostics already, even to a point of supporting local innovations that are now developed, diagnoses that have been commercialized. In the area of medical devices, for example, we know the work that has been done on the ventilators, the API manufacturing cluster, one which was launched this year in terms of the manufacturing of APIs for various drugs, including tuberculosis, vaccines development, which also will include the role that we're playing as the host of the mRNA tech transfer hub. And then we also have the drug discovery and development and therapeutics. In terms of genomic surveillance and general surveillance of diseases, we are pleased here that I think South Africa stands up as one of the one of the leading countries in terms of surveillance. And we are also pleased that we have been able to grow the work of surveillance even to universities that were traditionally excluded. For example, when we talk about wastewater surveillance, University of Venda is one of those that is central in this process of providing data in picking up some of the diseases that can be easily picked up from wastewater. This is really just to show the type of, when we look at the vaccine development work, what are the various technology platforms that we're looking at. Of course, the mRNA technology through the hub, looking at the virus-like particles. This is where some of the expressions are done through plant-based technologies. Inactivated pathogens, these are normally your traditional vaccines that looks at the use of either virus or bacteria in the development of vaccines. So these are all areas of technologies that we do have some capabilities on, the mRNA technology one being the new one. Important to really just reflect, especially on the mRNA technology transfer hub, that we have made some progress in terms of local vaccine development, mRNA vaccine. And as a result of that, because our appointment as a hub also means that we needed to train other developing countries. We are pleased to say that we have already trained now a number of countries, companies from South Africa, a company from South Africa, Biovac, which we know has been part of the training. The Biomanguinos from Brazil has already been trained. Synergium from Argentina been trained already. Biopharma from Indonesia and Incepta from Bangladesh. They have all undergone first phase of training. And as of today, we have also included countries such as India that are on the road, and also some African countries. We have also facilitated training in the US, where a number of South Africans were then sent for this training. And we are pleased that some of the African spokes have also been part of this training, even though they haven't been trained already in South Africa for this, but they have received some international training. In terms of knowledge for inclusive development, here we are leveraging our infrastructure to make sure that our innovations can actually reach out to your townships, your rural areas, and we're using initiatives such as the Living Labs, the mobile application labs, where we have presence in rural areas and in the townships, creating spaces for young people to come in, be mentored in terms of entrepreneurship, development of technologies that can be used in their various communities. And I'm pleased that one of the achievements in this area is that we have earlier this year, with the Department of Tourism, also basically graduated entrepreneurs in the area of tourism who are based in rural areas and in the townships, who have started their businesses after being incubated, either developing various apps that are going to be used in guiding the tourists. In the area of innovation, of indigenous knowledge-based innovation, we are pleased that our main area over the years have been to try and mainstream IKS, making sure that it is supported by science and that they can actually get commercial. And as you can see, the products that you see, some of them already in the market, we are pleased that when you go into some of the shops today, you can see whether it is herbal medicines, health and beauty products, food and nutrition, beverages, all these we have ensured that they are properly incubated in terms of understanding the businesses, etc., and various entrepreneurial aspects. So as you can see, in terms of the impact, we have managed to get a number of these into commercial space. We have increased our investment in them, and we have also launched, quite critically, also on the health side, the clinical trials, which really was a first for IK-based medicines. And this was really building on the work that we're doing in response to COVID-19. Just to indicate some of the commercial partners, this is where you can walk in and find some of the products that have been supported through the department under IKS in all those shops. And I think what is most important, the biggest one, is one of the projects that we've supported with, which is run by women in the Sekhukhune area, where they have secured an uptake of the product with Food Lovers Market. And we have also availed funding for their manufacturing facility under the Innovation Fund. So this is really quite an exciting development in terms of inclusiveness. So I think just highlights the leadership role that we are playing globally, making sure that African traditional practitioners are actually taken care of. The amount of allocation of money that we have taken from other areas to really fortify this work, and also the support that we're getting from various science councils, whether it's the CSIR, universities, ARC, and so on and so forth. So this area is really beginning to bring the promise that we have always wanted to see, especially in terms of employment creation, empowerment of women and young people, because they are the main beneficiaries. The fact that we are really the current chair of World Health Organization Afro's regional expert is also worth noting. And also that the work that we're doing in leading the medical cannabis aspect of the presidential master plan, we are quite pleased that we are making such a huge contribution in that regard through our IKS team. Innovation in the district development model, we have presented the DDM work recently to the portfolio committee. And here we have highlighted some of the progress that we have made. And I really won't dwell much into this. Safe to say that we are pleased that we are beginning to now contribute in terms of even facilitating the georeferencing of this work, working to support the delivery, for example, of human settlements. And here the example is the development, for example, of what we call the 3D printed houses. And this is a technology where within a matter of 6 hours, you can actually print a fully fledged house. And we will probably be launching this demonstration house very soon, and also seeing partnering with the university, with the province of KwaZulu-Natal at some point, beginning to have some of the demonstration houses being printed to alleviate some of the backlog, especially in times of disaster. So when there's been a fire or when there's been flooding, if there is a need to replace houses quickly, so this 3D printing houses technology can be very useful. This is again just to indicate our coverage under the DDM, and I'm going to skip these slides because I think we have presented this I think about 4 or so weeks ago. This is just to indicate that in terms of the provinces, we are having a good coverage of provinces. Of course, other provinces more covered than others, and we have explained why. Because in all instances, when we engage with provinces in implementation of this project, we also want buy-in from them. So we don't just want a situation where the department comes in and plant things and then leave, but we want to partner with the municipalities, the provinces as well, so that there can be sustainability in the work that we do. In the area of international cooperation, I'm again pleased here to indicate that our science diplomacy initiative has continued to grow, participating in various international engagement, taking part in various programs with partners, predominantly the European Union, partnership with Japan, with BRICS, and then in some of them even having to implement joint initiatives, whether we're talking about work that we're doing together with other entities on COVID, work that we've been doing, for example, and the recognition getting from entities such as United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, and also what we have been doing with them in the area of agriculture and energy, working with countries such as Angola and Zambia. So we have participated, we have ensured through our international cooperation that when it comes to human capacity development, 806 opportunities were really accessed. And this is important because you also want your students to really have that level of exposure. The work that we're doing, for example, with International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology in support for women. And I think I must also add here that we have also launched a partnership program with ICGB, which is focusing on bringing on board the latest technological access and even mobility to historically disadvantaged institutions. So these programs are quite helpful in ensuring that our capacity development is inclusive. Partnership with the World Health Organization to host the mRNA pilot plant in terms of the mRNA hub. And it is quite easy for us to go out and say we really deserve this, and indeed we deserve it. But there was a lot of international footwork that was done in terms of lobbying and using the diplomacy, starting from the role that the president played as the African representative on various COVID-19 programs. So we have, as a result, been able to become the host of the hub. And there are many countries that I think would actually have hosted, but they couldn't have that opportunity. Supported 15 projects that respond to AU Agenda 2063. And again, really looking at now moving towards concluding this on the performance of the entities. I think we have had a sense of how the entities have performed. The reports were really provided for in line with various legislative provisions. And we analyzed the report. We note the improvement of performance on 6 entities. And we also note that there have been regression in some instances. And some regression, for example, we talk about in the area of audits, financial auditing, where we look at the Hsrc, huge improvement in terms of performance, but then regression in terms of getting the qualification. But I think otherwise, with the exception of that, we do find that we are quite satisfied with the actual performance. We included this slide in terms of just looking at the work of the DSI on GBV and femicide, because this is really one of the cancers that, as the DSI, we have to address. In terms of accountability and coordination and leadership, integration of GBV priorities into the strategic plans and the annual performance plans of the department. And here, making sure that the officials from the DSI and its entities really also in terms of the budgeting, we are sensitive to this aspect. So the integration of gender priorities on the decadal plan is one of the things that we have identified. And also development of an NSI gender strategy and the designing of an NSI gender desk, because we do feel that as part of the whole society approach by government, and the whole government approach in dealing with the challenges, we need to make sure that we are part of it. In terms of the response and care and support for healing, provision of employment wellness services, where those that have been victim can actually get support. And also to make sure that our research does prioritize also looking into aspects of gender sensitivity. And this is the overall performance of the entities. I've spoken to this slide in a way We see the regression in terms of performance by TIA and ASAF, improvements by the rest, but then regression in terms of the qualified audit when we look at the Hsrc. Just in terms of the unachieved targets, the 4 unachieved targets, the one being the issue of capacity building for international cooperation, specifically targeting historically disadvantaged institutions, 24 instead of 32. And we are going to make sure that we cover this, even though one must also indicate that there was also an aspect of disruption via COVID, which has made some of the opportunities, especially those that will require international travel, to be quite limited. In terms of the pipeline of the postgraduate awarded bursaries annually, again, the performance has really fell compared to previous year. And this is another area where, again, we want to continue to work to make sure that we achieve these targets. In terms of the high-level research students, again, this is where we came short, especially in the area of the work that was done by our Program 5 on the advanced manufacturing initiatives. And again, work is underway to really reflect on how we can actually deal with this challenge. But one of them, obviously, is that when we also get exposed to some of the budget challenges, the number of trainees also decline. But it's a target that we continue to put our eyes on to correct. Approval decisions on the issue of the our SMD, our R&D tax incentives. This is really one area that we have consistently had problems in terms, one, of the quality of information provided, but there has been improvements. One of the interventions has really been that now we have launched the online system, which is going to help in terms of just us managing the process of decision making, and also upfront indicating to the participants if they are making their targets or not, and if there is information that is outstanding. I'm going to lastly hand over to our CFO to present the financial part. Thanks very much. Rob?
Thanks, DDG. Honorable Chair, morning, honorable members. Morning, DG. I see DG is still on the call. I'm not sure if the DM is already here, and the call that will be here at 11. Morning, DSI colleagues, and morning all colleagues from our entities and from AG. I'm going to share with you our performance, financial performance for the financial year ended 2021-2022. For the past financial year, we were appropriated 9.5 billion, and we received 69 million from the donors, and we collected 1 million from the department. And then the total revenue that we got was 9.75 billion. From the revenue that we got, we managed to spend under our awarded funds. We spent 8.962 billion, and under our donors, we spent 59,955,000. In total, we spent 9.21 billion. The reasons, the variances were as follows. Under awarded funds, we couldn't spend 43,595,000, and under donor funds, we couldn't spend 9,867,000. In total, we couldn't spend 53 million. The details of all this will be in the annual report, but we'll share some of them with you. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide, please, TDG. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
I can hear you.
I can hear you on our side.
DDG, can you please go to the next slide?
Maybe the slides are jammed on this slide. You might need to stop sharing and start sharing again.
DDG, can you hear us? DDG?
Okay, I've got a feeling maybe his
Sorry,
device is.
I'm clicking and it's not moving.
Okay, maybe stop sharing and start sharing again. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we are.
Remove.
Okay, no thanks. Yeah, it has moved now. Sure. I hope you're on the second slide. The overall performance for the department, as we know, we plan to spend our whole budget. And I've indicated that we only spend 8,962,000, which is 99.5% of the total budget. And then it translates to a variance of 0.5%, which is 44 million. We have also depicted it there in the bar graph for ease of reference. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide, please. We have also shared with you how our programs performed. Under administration, we allocated 328 million. The program spent 304 million, which is a variance of 23 million, or 7.3%. Under program 2, technology innovation, we had a final appropriation of 1,725 million. We spent 1,719 billion. We had a variance of 0.3%, which is 5 million. Under ICR, International Cooperation and Resources, we allocated 136 million. We only spent 131, which is 3.3% variance, or 4.4 million. Under research and development and support, we planned to spend 495 million. We only spent 491 million. We have an variance of 0.1% there. Under program 5, socio-economic innovation partnership, we allocated 1,821 million. We only spent 1,805 million, which is 0.3% variance. Next slide, please, TTG. We have depicted it there on the bar graph for ease of reference, as I've indicated, and the bar graphs are talking to the table that I've just shared. And next slide, please, TTG. Under economic classification, our compensation was allocated 363 million. We only spent 332. We have a variance of 8.4 billion there. And the variance is 30 million. This is the biggest area of underspending in the whole budget for the last financial year. We do have reasons, but members, we have been sharing with them that this area of spending is affected by, the delays in us filling a prioritized position, which we are prioritizing now. There's quite a number of positions that have been filled. Members will see when we report for these quarters, first quarter and second quarter, there is an improvement in terms of spending under compensation. We are hopeful that as we go along during the financial year, the spending there will be significantly improved. Under goods and services, for the past financial year, we allocated 159 million. We only spent 153 million. We have a variance of 3.6%. Under the transfer and subsidies, which is the biggest pie on the budget, we allocated 8,471. We only spent 8,467. Because the amount is too little, when you do percentages, it doesn't give you any percentage. It gives you zeros at the end of many zeros. But only 3 million was not spent under this item. Under payment for capital assets, we plan to spend 12,700,000. We only spent 8,941,000. We have 70.2% variance. Apologies there. I think the variance there should be 30%, not 70. Apologies there. Under payment for financial assets, we also made few write-offs. We budgeted 100. We only write off 92, which is 8%. Next slide, please, TDG. We have also depicted the table that we've just shared on the graph for ease of reference for members. Next slide, please, TDG. Reasons for for variance, as I've indicated, it was as under compensation was as the result of delays in filling prioritized positions. But as I've indicated, we are prioritizing filling of the positions. We do have 3 phases of filling positions that was approved by EXCO, which is being accelerated. As I've indicated, we are going to see improvement in this area. Under payment for capital assets, the delay was we augmented this line item late in the financial year. As a result, the procurement process was only finalized in the following financial year, so we couldn't spend the money as I've indicated. But the slow spending, was covered by the spending for this that we were supposed to spend in the last financial year was covered by slow spending on other areas. So in other words, we moved funds from areas that are not spending to cover the spending in this area. Next slide, please, TDG. Next slide, please. We also shared spending for COVID. Under transfers and subsidies, we spent 41 million, which was spent through strategic health and innovation partnership for different initiatives, focusing on diagnostic, prevention, treatment, and surveillance. We also used the money for the implementation of social science outreach, communication, dissemination, and impact program for Africa. Under goods and services, we only spent 27,000 for the decontamination of the building, procurement of protective equipment, food petals, digital communication services. This one, we had short messages for alerts to officials, for them to be able to know, if there are any risks. Next slide, please, TDG. Next slide, please. We also shared few items that were highest spending. Our communication, if you can share prior slide, please, TDG. Our communication spending went down by 13%. This is a result of what happens. There was a decision that instead of having kept data, let's open the data and have a fixed amount that we pay to for data. If you have a fixed amount, when the data is depleted, you do not pay out of bundle, because out of bundle are very expensive. So if we've got a fixed amount, then it's easy to manage and the data does not get depleted. Officials are able to have meetings at the home or anywhere where they will be. And under computer services as well, just to ensure that we are able to have meetings in the building. The bandwidth was increased, including internet. That's why now the spending under this item went up. The spending under our agency outsourced services is as a result of us having used temporary employment services to employ employees on a temporary basis to assist the department. And next slide, please, TTG. Next slide, please. We on the transfers, our parliamentary grants are always the highest spending on the entities. But if you look at the items within the department, HRD, we spent 1 billion, research development infrastructure, 758 million, square kilometer array, 1 billion, 18 million, South African Research Chase Initiative, 588 million. So these are the biggest items that the department is spending money on. As you can see, 6.3 billion out of the the 9 billion that we have. It is quite a significant amount. Next slide, please, DTG. Next slide, please. We have also shared the impact, whether underspending on the items will have any impact in the department. It won't have any impact because, I mean, as we've indicated, The only challenge with regard to positions is that officials will be overworked if we do not fill positions as soon as possible. So as I've indicated, we are prioritizing this area. We are filling positions. I mean, I am a case in point, the position of the CFO has been filled, and other positions are in the pipeline to be filled, which will ensure that the spending in this area is moving. And under capital asset, I've indicated that we have moved funding from slow spending area to cover the spending that was supposed to spend in the last financial year that we could not spend, to ensure that we are able to get the assets that we wanted to have the laptops and the iPads for the officials to be able to work from home. Next slide, please, TTG. Maybe before I indicate this slide, and this slide we have shared with the committee, but this is one of the pain points at the moment. When AG was presenting, there was one question that was raised as to what happens to the surpluses that we do not spend. Do we send them back to the National Treasury, or do we request a rollover? As a department, we did not request rollover for the funding. As we have indicated, our biggest underspend was under compensation, and Treasury does not allow rollovers under this item. So the other items were not that huge. They did not have that significant impact in the department. So we did not request any rollover. All the funding was surrendered to the National Treasury. And maybe if I may also add for our entities as well, those that have surpluses have requested retention of the surpluses. And not all of them, because there is one that declared a deficit, and all those were approved by the National Treasury. So they've got the surpluses back. They were allowed to continue using the surpluses by the National Treasury. Maybe coming to our slide, the slide, as I've indicated, we have shared it with the committee. I think in the last meeting we had, I think was a few weeks ago, where we said the square kilometer area requires money. Over the MTF, we need 2.7. And also the recapitalization of the innovation fund, we need 500 million there. And the building upgrade, it needs 197 million over 3 years. The implementation of catalytic hydrogen project, we need 50 million. Regional space weather, we need 50 million. All in all, we need 3.5 billion in the MTF. And then we also indicated that SANSA has requested space infrastructure hub funding over 10 years. There is an indication from Treasury that this money can be given. However, there are a few things that they still want to clarify with us. In a nutshell, they've given us a preliminary approval, pending us satisfying all those things that they've indicated. And also, this kilometer array as well, there is an indication that we might get money there. We will see what happens when the final adjusted estimate and the MTF documents are finalized. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide, DDG.
Okay, Robs, and as you wrap up, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up now, DDG. Our entities also indicated their funding pressures. Most of them, their biggest challenge is their baseline. The baseline is falling short to what they need. In fact, if you look at all their funding pressures, most of them is the baseline. And then SANSA have indicated that over the MTF, they need 1.3, but over the 10-year period is 3.5. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide. Next slide, please, DDG. I think it's still the same slide. And NRF, they've indicated that they would need 7 billion over the medium term. And then TIA also, as I've indicated, their biggest challenge is that the baseline is falling short on all of them. They just needed to be maybe augmented. TIA indicated that they need 575 million for seed fund that can have an impact on their systems. And then as CSR indicated that they need 1.2 billion over the MTF. Next slide, please, DDG. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, DDG. We have also shared the audit outcomes of the department. AG had shared them already with us. For the past 3 years, the department obtained clean audit outcome without any, for the past 2 years, this year and the last financial year and the 2021, we didn't even have any findings that related to our procurement processes. That shows that we are doing things as we should, we are doing things right. Our findings, we had quite a number of findings under our IT, and then our information technology, they found that the procedure was not adequate, and then the procedure was updated and is currently going through an approval process. And then also the review of system controllers on the logistical system was found to be inadequate. The procedure was approved to ensure that the areas raised by the AG are being covered. And also the review of user access rights on system administration on Alfresco also found to be, not adequate. It's currently conducting access rights on Alfresco, not only on Active Directory. Next slide, please.
Rob, so what I'm going to suggest you do is the 2 last slides, that you do the 2 last slides and we conclude, because the rest has been presented by the AG.
Yeah, I do have, okay, I can leave the one with irregular expenditure because AG has presented that. Maybe I can do the one with payment to historically disadvantaged. If you can get to those slides, DDG. One of the things that we strive to achieve is on payment of our invoices. We try very hard to ensure that we pay all our invoices within stipulated periods. And in most cases, we tried that we even reduced that number. We only had 1 invoice in the last financial year that we couldn't pay on time because we received invoice before the work is concluded. Then the invoice was not paid. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, TTG. We also procured from women, youth, and people with disabilities. The procurement from these categories amounted to 70 million. Our procurement total is 152, but we also paid to government agencies such as CITA, GCIS, DECO, and others. But under these categories, we paid 70 million. That 1 million of it was under SMMEs. 55 million of it was under Black companies. 22 million of it was under women-owned companies. 10 million youth-owned companies, and 840,000 people with disabilities. Percentage-wise, we spent 44.6 million under SMMEs, 77.7 million under overall Black-owned companies, 81.1% under women, 14.4% under youth, and 1.2% under people with disabilities. We are falling short on some of these areas, but we envisage that as we move along, we are going to improve. One of the areas that we have been using to our advantage was when we do have events which were curtailed as a result of COVID. Now the events have started. That is where we are able to target these categories of individuals or companies. So we envisage us improving on these areas as we move along. Next slide, please, TTG.
Thanks, Robs, and thanks to the chairperson. Apologies, we've gone over time. I'm going to hand over to the chair now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the presentation. I'd like to now hand over to the new chairperson of the HSRC, Dr. Lubisi, if I'm not mistaken. I see you are on the platform. We had initially received communique that you would not be joining us, but I see you are on the platform, and that communique has been revised to say that you will be able to make the opening remarks of the HSRC. Not sure if I'm seeing the doc. Oh, there we go. I see you, Doc. All right. Now I was just looking for your name on the side here. So I'll hand over to you, Dr. Lubisi, to then introduce yourself and maybe just make your opening remarks. We're also very excited to finally have, we're excited about the new board of the Hsrc. So welcome, and we wish you all the best with your tenure. And we really hope that you are able to really drive the type of progress that we want to see in the organization, stemming from the report that we've received, or the briefing we've received from the AG, bringing together or putting together a really solid audit action plan that can really bring confidence to the committee and to the national system of innovation and to the country at large on the work that the Hsrc should be doing. So let me hand over to you, Doc, and then you'll hand over to the CEO and the rest of the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning to the honorable members of the committee. Good morning to the Director General and the senior leadership of the Department of Science and Innovation, and to our fellow colleagues from the Hsrc and SANSA. Chairperson, indeed, I was initially supposed to be currently in a flight from Addis Ababa to Dakar in Senegal. However, because none of the members of our board could be available because most of them are teaching, I had to then do a last-minute cancellation of my attendance at the launch conference of the Pan-African University in Dakar. The current Hsrc board took office on the 1st of November 2021, 4 months before the end of the 2021-2022 financial year, and inherited all the assets and liabilities of the organization in line with the common practice and principles of good corporate governance. We have accepted the Ags Audit Opinion for 2021-2022, as we should. The board is deeply concerned about the seemingly continuing regression in the Hsrc's audit outcomes over the past 3 years, from a clean audit to an unqualified audit with findings to a qualified audit in this financial year under review. And we are determined to do whatever is necessary to turn this negative trend around within the shortest turnaround time. We have therefore expressed our commitment to the AG to implement their recommendations as outlined earlier in their presentation. We want to reassure the committee of the board's commitment in this regard. The board will ensure that consequence management is implemented for all transgressions without fear, favor, or prejudice. A review of at least 51 instances of irregular expenditure is underway in line with the relevant National Treasury framework. The Audit and Risk Committee of the board will engage with the outcome of this review and make recommendations to the board on further steps that need to be taken. The board intends to develop, approve, and implement a consequence management policy to address such matters with a view to uprooting financial maladministration in the organization. The board is determined to track the audit action plan to ensure that the Hsrc is able to accurately determine and record the leave liability. 2 material findings emanated from the Hsrc's payroll processes, namely the incorrect taxation in fringe benefits attached to the pension fund, as mentioned earlier by the AG. And secondly, an inaccurate reflection of leave liability. On this basis, the internal auditor of the Hsrc has been requested to conduct a thorough review of the Hsrc's processes and internal controls in this business area, and report to the Audit and Risk Committee as soon as humanly possible. Management has advised the board that they have taken several steps internally to tighten the reconciliation and reporting structures of the leave provision. This includes monthly verification of the leave accrual report, close liaison with the system service provider to provide reconciliations as part of the standard reporting and segregation of duties, to compile, review, approve, leave accrual reports. The board intends to hold management to account on this commitment. Management has advised the board that disciplinary steps have been taken against key HR personnel identified for these failures. The board intends to take action to resolve the material irregularity, prevent any financial losses, and ensure appropriate consequence management and measures to prevent similar instances in the future. The initial system error that led to the material irregularity was corrected when discovered by the Hsrc in August 2020. The matter was disclosed in terms of the SARS Voluntary Disclosure Program, VDP, and an application for relief was submitted to SARS on the 1st of July 2022, when the outstanding liability was calculated and verified. In an email message on the 17th of October 2022, SARS has undertaken to provide a draft VDP agreement before the end of October 2022. Once the VDP agreement is signed, the outstanding liability of 6.9 million, excluding possible penalties and interest, will be paid over to SARS. Initially, the board took a decision not to recover the money in unlevied tax from employees due to fears of the cost of such an exercise, which would involve the employment of debt collecting agencies. After fruitful engagements with the AG, the board rescinded its decision not to recover the money in unlevied tax from employees, current and former, and resolved to pursue recovery of the money from both current and previous employees. Employees were briefed on the matter during a staff assembly on the 16th of September 2022. Understandably, this is not a popular board decision, but boards by their nature are not in the business of popularity, but are in the business of providing effective and ethical corporate governance in line with the King IV report. The board approved the tax recovery proposal outlining inter alia a once-off leave encashment to assist affected employees to deal with the financial implications of paying the outstanding tax liability back to the Hsrc. This board decision clearly indicates that the board is not being vindictive in its implementation of its decision. We fully understand the dire economic pains and pressures which our people are currently faced with. The process of verifying the individual liability for each of the 613 individuals who are affected has been completed, and letters will be issued to commence with the recovery process. Debt collectors will be appointed to assist in recovering the money from former employees. We are pleased that the remedial plan is being implemented to ensure a comprehensive and appropriate response to all concerns raised in the management report. This plan is not static and will develop and evolve as we learn from its implementation. Progress and implementation thereof is being closely monitored by our Audit and Risk Committee. The acting CEO, Professor Likeness Simbai, and his management team will provide the committee with an overview of the Hsrc's performance for the 2021-2022 financial year. With your permission, Honorable Chairperson, I wish to now hand over to our acting CEO, Professor Likeness Simbai. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rubisi. And good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. We are pleased as management to have this opportunity to share with you the highlights from our annual report, including what we have talked about quite a bit, the unfavorable audit outcome. Basically, next slide. To start with, I'll just give next slide, please. All right, in terms of the structure of the presentation, it will be as follows. I'll briefly remind members of the committee about the mandate of the organization, after which Professor Shalin Swartz, who is our acting Deputy CEO for Research, will present on the performance overview as well as achievements that we have accomplished. And lastly, on important areas of work that we are doing. This will then be followed by Ms. Lulekwa Mwabe, who just started with us at the start of this month as our new Group Executive for Shared Services. And she'll be talking about HR issues. And then lastly, we will ask Ms. Yakumin Rousseau, who is our CFO, to present the financial report. Next slide, please. So briefly, just to remind members about the mandate of the Hsrc, you could say there are basically 8 goals, which are firstly, to undertake research in human sciences relevant to South Africa, Africa, and worldwide. And these projects are meant to be linked to public sector collaborative projects. Secondly, what we do is meant to inform policy, to monitor policy, and help with evaluation of implemented policy. Thirdly, we are meant to, through our work, to encourage debate through effective circulation and distribution of the research results. Fourthly, we are meant to build research capacity and infrastructure, mainly in South Africa and also on the continent, in the human sciences, which is humanities and social sciences. Fifthly, we're meant to support and build research collaborations, both with the public in general and in particular with government. And then next, we are meant to research and analyze developmental problems that we face as a nation. Penultimately, we are meant to develop and make publicly available new data sets that emerge from the research that we undertake. And these are meant to be shared with other researchers so that they can be used to support research development as well as public discussion in general. And lastly, we are privileged in the work we do that at times we're able to develop new and or improve research methodologies that we use. And of course, we document that and share with the others. It's my pleasure now to ask Professor Shalin to take over with the presentation.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. Our research targets are divided into 5 broad areas: leadership and knowledge production, as the CEO has mentioned, policy influence, partnership with both civil society and with other academic and higher education institutions in the country, transformed research capabilities, which includes the number of staff who have PhDs, equity targets, especially regarding Black and female staff at senior level, and then also sustainability with regards to long-term research grants and collaborations in terms of sustainability. Our performance target for this past year was 90%. So we achieved 19 out of the 21 performance target goals that we had set and that we had agreed with the Department of Science and Innovation. And this is the same as last year. I realized that it was mentioned it was 67% last year. That might have been in previous years, but last year it was also 90%. And it's important because we struggled under quite severe restrictions with COVID in terms of doing research in person, attending conferences, all of the things that we normally took for granted. And yet our performance was able to improve. And partly this was due to people being able to be focused on writing and the way that we were able to do things virtually, which was a new innovation for the whole world, but which served the research community quite well. In terms of these 5 areas of LEAP targets, you'll see that we achieved 100% score of our targets for policy influence, partnerships, and sustainability. And there were 2 areas in which we didn't meet our targets completely. And I'll talk to these in the next slide. So the 2 that we didn't meet completely was the percentage of researchers excluding our trainees with PhDs. And in one sense, this was an unintended consequence of the fact that we had some staff turnover, but also we employed new short-term staff on contracts longer than a year in order to help us meet the enormous number of projects that we were running. And so what that does is that it increases the denominator, and therefore we don't end up achieving that target. There were also some delays in PhD graduations because of COVID lockdown, and so we're hoping to be able to work on those in the next 2 years because it's a really important capacity development initiative, but also a way in order to add to the National System of Innovation by ensuring that our staff have PhDs. The second target that we didn't achieve was the number of scholarly book chapters published by researchers, and we were 7 short of our target of 47. And partly that was just a timing issue, and I think we're on track this year to meeting that target. It, of course, is always an issue of timing, but our researchers are committed to writing and to publishing. Some of our large achievements around COVID especially, we did quite a lot of social attitudes work in partnership with the University of Johannesburg, but also through our social attitude survey. And we recorded attitudes towards vaccines. We recorded people's issues around hunger, the impact of the social relief of distress grant, but also some work on death rights in the Eastern Cape around COVID burials under the lockdown regime. Sorry, Chair. Okay. The next issue that I want to report back in terms of achievement was we partnered with the Department of Social Development to produce the Social Security Review. And in that, the Universal Basic Income Grant was a big recommendation that was made. We are going to be working on a second volume of the Social Security Review, but it was a really important vehicle for bringing together government, business, civil society, and academia, not just for the launch of the product, but for the debates around what it contained. Next slide, please. Chair, sorry, there's a lot of interference. I can't.
Yes. Honorable Boshoff, can you kindly mute?
Colleagues, the next slide just really shows that the majority of our academic outputs, of course, are journal articles, but also journal chapters in books, client reports, and policy briefs. And the uptake of these products in the next slide. We're really wanting to make sure that the outputs of the Hsrc are taken up widely on the African continent and globally. And so far, this is an area in which we need to improve and certainly find mechanisms for that uptake to be increased. At the moment, we're finding that about half of our outputs are used by higher education institutions, about 16% by government departments, and then we've got 32% by individuals. Now, those may be in higher education institutions or government government, but a lot of our uptake is still limited to South Africa, and that's certainly an area in which we'd like to improve in the future. We've also been tracking issues about the citations that our journal articles are getting. And while we have exceeded the number of citations we set for ourselves as a target in this past year, you can see that there's been a dip in these citations. And I'd like to say that the main reason is because our researchers have not been traveling to conferences and to presenting their work. And I think that that makes a difference in terms of how much our work is taken up. And so conferences and talks, etc., are really important in order to take it forward. We have an enormous amount of work that is ongoing and long-term, and I'd like to say is really important for the country. The Food Security and Nutrition Survey in South Africa is nearing completion. The Research and Development Survey is ongoing. The 6th South African National HIV Prevalence, Incidence, Behaviour and Communication Survey is something that is in the field currently. The South African Social Attitude Survey is a real thermometer or temperature gauge on multiple areas of the South African psyche and is really important. The Trends in International Maths and Science Study has come to an end, and the results and working papers are being disseminated. A longitudinal study on graduate destinations across the continent and globally. The improvement of education study is ongoing. Looking at strengthening the capacities of science granting councils in gender and inclusivity. Artificial intelligence, ethics and human rights in South Africa. That's an ongoing project. Looking at reproductive health and rights across Eastern and Southern Africa. The District Development Model Pilot Study, and an assessment of the National Development Agency. These are all big projects that are ongoing and in which we have made some gains in the past year. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. Good morning, Chair of the committee, members of the committee, and all colleagues from the department and entities. I'm going to provide an overview of our employment and vacancies and kick off by apologizing to the committee that in fact the slides that we filed had some errors, as is seen in the last column of the slide that is projected currently. So to keep track, we've highlighted the version that was presented or submitted and the correction thereof. And so the strike through figures are the incorrect figures, and the correct ones are the ones highlighted. However, I must also say that the correct slides, the correct figures are as per the annual report. So we're not filing a material change in that sense. It was simply a matter of the presentation having those incorrect figures. So we're running two major programs, Program 1, mainly the administration, and Program 2, then the research core, and the number of employees that we are reporting here are those on long-term contracts, 12 months and above. And at the end of the financial year, then we had an 11% vacancy rate on Program 1 and 10% on Program 2. But more importantly, as was somehow referred to in the AG presentation, the senior management and top management vacancy rate currently sitting at 15% and 30% respectively. And CEO has mentioned that I've since joined, and so that reduced that number of vacancies at top management, and we now left with a vacancy of the CEO that has also been reported to be filled soon, and we are tracking and ensuring that we fill those senior management vacancies along with the other vacancies in the organization. And looking at employment equity, predominantly African female workforce that we have 67% and 60% of females. The issue with our employment equity is to again ensure that we keep track of our targets as set out in the employment equity plan and achieve that accordingly. Looking at it differently, we also do report and track how we're doing on employment equity across the various occupational categories. As you can see, the bulk of our staff sitting at the skilled category level, and fair representation, again, reporting differently what we have covered in the previous slide. Thank you. Yakomi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morning, Chairperson and honourable members. My name is Jacqueline Rousseau, the Chief Financial Officer at the Hsrc. I'll be handling the audit report as well as the annual financial statements. As you've heard, we received a qualified audit report. It was based on the trade and other payables, which included the leave accrual. The auditors found the number of transactions they pulled to be incorrect. We tried to correct it. Unfortunately, there were still some errors. Extrapolated, they feel we underestimated our liability, but in true value, we underestimated, I think, about with 1 million. Again, it's based on the leave accrual. We did have material misstatements on our annual financial statements. The other item that the auditors selected and confirmed that was incorrect is our note on commitments. It does not affect any of the financial information on the statement of financial performance or the financial position, but only the note in the annual financial statements. As reported, there were no material findings identified in terms of our annual performance information. On the screen is a snapshot of our statement of financial position on the 31st of March. What I would like to indicate is obviously we had a decrease of 15% in our cash and cash equivalents. It decreased from 206 million to 175 million. This is due to a large number of our income received in advance, which is our project funds, that were recognized as revenue and draw down during the year. I will refer to the liability when I get to that slide. The other one, our trade and other receivables, that increased with 44%, with the increase mostly in our 30 to 60 days. This is due to us raising the invoices for our different projects at year end. Our provision for impairment remained the same between the 2 years. I would also like to note the property, plant and equipment. We had an increase of 1% due to our new acquisitions. Showing the assets in a table format, as you can see, the blue represents our current asset, which is our cash. It's made up of 295 million or 51% of our assets, with our non-current assets making up 281 million, primarily 98% comprising of our property, plant, equipment. When we look at the liability side in our statement of financial position, note 8, our trade and other receivables, this is where our leave provision is making up the 49.8 million. The trade and other receivables mainly decreased. It decreased by 10.6% due to our payables figure that's lower than the previous year. Our provision for leave decreased with 6 million in the current financial year. Note 9 is our income received in advance that I referred to earlier. This is the project funding that we receive in advance. We put it in separate bank accounts for our funders, and as and when we are spending the money, we do drawdowns. That decreased with 28 million or 17.6 million. Again, we accounted for a lot of the revenue. We will see that when we get to the statement of financial performance. Lastly, note 7, we've got or note 11, we've got provisions that makes up the 12.2 million. This relates to the material irregularity that we've been talking about. At year end, the idea was that the organization would pay the money. It spans from 2016-17 to the 2020-21 financial year, which is 5 tax years. As indicated, we're in the process and we will fix the figures on the financials in the coming year. Looking at a snapshot, our liabilities, we have got 195 million Rand worth of liabilities, of which 99% is our current liabilities, with our income received in advance making up 68%, and our trade and other receivables 26%, and lastly, the provision. The non-current liability is our provision for our medical aids that we are paying, and the long-term provisioning of that. In the next slide, we are just showing our assets minus our liabilities, as well as our net assets. As we've indicated, our accumulated surpluses is 22% of our financial statements, and then our current liabilities is about 34%. Our reserves is 44%. That relates to our building revaluation reserves, and our non-current liabilities only making almost 0% up in this instance. Our statement of financial performance, this is our income statement for the year, and I can report our revenue has increased by 43% or 177.8 million. This increase is due to our increase in our research income. We had an increase overall in all of our different branches. We had increase in our international funding agency of 40.8 million or 68%. We had an increase in our national and provincial funding of 108.7 million. That's an increase of 307%. We had an increase of 1 million, but it's 30% in our private sectors. And we had an increase in our universities of 12.5%, of 12.5 million at 66%. Our parliamentary grants, it increased with 21.8 million or 8.6%. The figures look a bit different from DSI that they presented. We as the Hsrc are registered for VAT, and we need to pay VAT even on our parliamentary grant back to SARS before we use any of the money. So the figure that we report in our financial statements is only the 273.3 million. We did have a decrease in our operating income or revenue. It's mainly regarding the interest received in the current year and rental recoveries. We also had a building and maintenance income that we got from DSI in the previous year that we did not have in the current year. We had a decrease of 7.1 million or 17%. Looking at it graphically, we can indicate, obviously, in year 21-22, the blue represents the parliamentary grant with our research revenue at the 280 million and our other income below at only 36 million. As you can see, our revenue, our research revenue does have a seasonal twist to it, especially when we have that international funding coming into our organization. Against our budget, obviously, in the current year, we exceeded our budget. Our budget was 541 million, and we generated 589 million for the current year. This, as I've indicated, it's due to our international research projects that has commenced. It's multi-year, and it's now 22% more than last year, about 51 million that we've got. And these multi-year is going to continue in the 22-23 financial year as well. The other operating income, we underachieved by about 8% or 3 million. As indicated, it was the interest mainly that we underachieved. Now we're going to look at the expenditure side. We do have an accounting surplus at year end of 45.6 million. Our expenditure did increase with 152 million or 39.8%. We had an increase in our administration of 7.1 million or 22%. Our research cost is the main one that has increased with 129.2 million or 182% due to the amount of research revenue that we generated. Our staff costs only increased by 9.8 million or 4%. Our other operating expenses is the only one that decreased with 2% or 786,000. And lastly, our depreciation increased due to the procurement of the new property, plant and equipment. When we look at the annual report expenditure reporting, we are a service delivery organization with our researchers. We're expecting about personnel cost at 65%. We've achieved a 47%, mainly due to other vacancies that we had. We can split it between our operating expenditure was about 50% and our depreciation amortization 3%. On the next slide, we've got the National Treasury way of looking at the items. It's pretty much in line, but on this one, we are indicating that obviously the 3% is what went to our capital expenditure for the organization, with goods and services still at 50 and compensation of employees at 47. Our budget versus our actual, the budget is shown in the blue graphs or the blue bar, and the actual in the gold. As you can see, we underspent in terms of administration costs. That was 25% or 12.8 million. Our research cost, we overachieved or overspent in this instance with 45% or 61.6 million. Our salary cost was under with about 7% or 18 million. Other operating expenditure was under with about 52% or 30 million. And lastly, our depreciation, we expensed a bit more than we anticipated, 1.6 million or 11%. The last graph, I just would like to show the committee how our different resources, specifically our different sources of revenue comes in the organization. The dark blue line indicates our research revenue. As you can see, we do plateau on a couple of years. That's when we've got our international funders sending money our way. It lasts for 1 or 2 years, specifically when we've got the multi-year income coming in. The gray line represents our parliamentary grant that we get and how it has not really increased year on year for the last couple of years. The light blue line that you can see is intertwined with it is our personnel costs for every year. So for 2015, 2016, our parliamentary grant was higher, covered our salary costs that we've got as the light blue line, but some years our salary costs did go over. National Treasury did issue us with a moratorium on our salaries, and from 2020, we've tried to maintain that line and make sure our salaries is in line with that. The only problem is our resources. We do not have enough resources to conduct the research that we've got. As you can see, our revenue received in advance is the light line here at the bottom, where it's consistent every year, and it shot up during COVID, where we did not have enough resources to conduct all the research revenue that we've already had in the bank. It's just to explain that anomaly, but yes, thank you very much. I'm giving back to the CEO, Prof. Sambai.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members of the committee. I hope that that provides a summary of the report. As the chair of the board, Professor Lubisi has made assurances with regards to the audit finding. I will not repeat that, but just to add that the management, we work very closely with the board to ensure that we improve our performance in that aspect. Otherwise, it remains for me to thank the board and the Department of Science and Innovation, as well as management and staff of the Hsrc. Of course, Honorable Chairperson, thanks to this portfolio committee too, because you do provide us with very useful advice. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just check if the chair, Dr. Lubisi, has any remarks to make before we go to the next entity.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have no further remarks to make. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you and the committee for hearing us out. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lubisi, as well as to the acting CEO of the Hsrc and the team, Prof. Simbai. I'd like to now hand over to SANSA. And I'd like to believe the chairperson of the board, Mr. Ndlovu, is on the platform and will be leading the delegation. I see on the agenda, there's a huge delegation from SANSA. It's really exciting to see so many colleagues joining the platform and not just sending one representative, but it's really great to see all the colleagues from the boards that are present, and as well as the collective from management, led by the CEO, the acting CEO, Ms. Andy Swamlisa. Colleagues, I'd like to then hand over to the chairperson of the board, who will then hand over to the acting CEO. Mr. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Portfolio Committee, our colleagues from DSI and the Hsrc, as well as my fellow board members and the executive members of SANSA. Chair, would like to take this opportunity to really thank you for offering us the opportunity to come and present our annual report as SANSA to the Portfolio Committee. I am accompanied by the full contingent of the board members, as well as the acting CEO and his EXCO. I will do the opening remarks, and Ms. Andy Swamlisa, the acting CEO, will then present the annual report to the committee. As already indicated by the Auditor-General and DSI, SANSA has achieved an unqualified audit opinion in the last financial year. And as the new board, we are working hard to ensure that we maintain this position. I must state that SANSA is currently undergoing a transition into a new business model. And the Portfolio Committee will notice that we have a number of acting positions, including the position of the acting CEO. We are working hard as a board to stabilize the organization. We will be launching the recruitment process for the CEO within the next few days. And hopefully we'll try and conclude that process by end of November, latest December, and then by the start of the next calendar year, we should have a new CEO at SANSA. I must thank the Portfolio Committee, especially the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Mkajwa, for the support they've given us. We recently attended the International Astronautical Congress last September in Paris, and I was pleased to hear that she also accompanied SANSA to that mission. And we really appreciate this type of support from the Portfolio Committee. As SANSA, we are making good progress in advocating space science and technology to the service of South Africa. In the past 2 years, SANSA has made concerted efforts to advocate for the usage of space technology for the improvement of service delivery within state organs and state entities. Recently, we have launched the District Development Model Aligned Progress, where district municipalities were being actively engaged to use space technologies for service delivery at municipalities. The CEO will give much more information on that, but it is one of the key programs that we've actually identified so that it will make it easier for, and the impact can be visible, where space technology is actually utilized in the country. And we all know why that is important, because the whole world is moving more and more towards the usage of space technology in all of our daily lives. As South Africa, I think we don't want to be left behind. And therefore, it is important that the communities and the public out there understands the impact that space technologies have in their own life. And SANSA is really working hard to actually make sure that that happens. And we'll therefore appreciate further support from the portfolio committee in this effort. I would now like to hand over to the CEO to present the annual report. Thank you, Chair. CEO, over to you.
Thank you very much, Board Chair, Chairperson of the committee and members of the committee, the Department of Science and Technology, Science and Innovation delegation, as well as the other DSI entities, to our SANSA board and the executive team that's accompanying us today. A very good morning to everyone. I'm gonna do a slide share. Chair, may I please get a confirmation that my slide is visible?
We can see, we could see a slide at some point, but now I don't know what has happened.
Okay, so let me try again. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's fine now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much, Chair. The task I have in front of me, Chair, is to take the committee through the SANSA 2021-2022 annual reports. The contents of the presentation, we will cover some of the aspects that the members would have seen in the report itself, from our strategic outcomes, highlights in terms of the performance over the current year. We'll also brief the committee on the financial overview, including the external audit outcomes, which the AG has already given sort of like the final standing of those outcomes. And we will provide information in terms of what the road ahead, in particular, taken from challenges that we had identified in the prior year that informed what came into the annual performance plan for 2022-2023. This SANSA as an entity of the department is governed by a legislated act. And when we look at the mission, you would find that our mission correctly and aligns with what the act entails for SANSA to achieve. When we look at the vision, it's where we start looking at how do we want to position the agency within the national space sector, but as well as internationally. We talk about an integrated national space capability. And the reason for this is because we're not looking as just as building the capability within SANSA, but we're looking at a sector-wide capability development. This speaks not only to the industry, but also to the research community. One of the key major messages that we drive within the organization is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And through that collaboration, we can make sure that we actually build a national capability that South Africa can be proud of. For South Africa to have this pride, of course, would make sure that it's not technology for the sake of technology, but it is technology that responds to the socioeconomic challenges in the continent, because we find in particular with the technology like space that borders do not actually put any limits in terms of the environmental challenges that governments are faced with, as well as poverty challenges that governments are faced with as people migrate between countries to countries. And space allows us that capability to actually look at cross-border issues whilst you are still within your own borders of your own country. We take into account as well that South Africa does sit in a very special position in that we are a leading space agency in the continent, and therefore the uptake of space is something that we are promoting as an agency throughout the continent to not only build this capability in South Africa, but build the capability continent-wide so that we can actually embark on taking part of the share of the global market on space technology and applications. So when we look at the strategic outcomes, our strategic outcomes are also informed by the functions and responsibilities that SANSA has been given in the Act. There are 6 strategic outcomes for the current SANSA 2020 to 2025 strategic plan. These 6 outcomes we do outline within the strategy in terms of the impacts that we are looking to achieve, as well as the indicators and targets that we set to ensure that we actually meet the impacts that we are looking for. The first outcome talks to the increased space relevant knowledge that supports a developmental agenda. And again, here we're talking about a research capability that talks to what are the needs of the country, rather than only focusing on blue skies research, as some people will term it. And we're going to see later in the presentation just how an investment in research can lead later on to operationalization and commercial products and services. The growth of the space sector through the SANSA space-related industry expenditure is one of the critical elements for us as we're looking to grow a national capability. For SANSA to do this, it means that SANSA must actually invest within the development of SMEs in the country. We do acknowledge that the industry is quite nascent at the moment, and there's a huge investment that needs to be made, both by government as well as by the private sector itself, in growing the space sector in the country. In acknowledging this, one of the things that SANSA is able to do, or to be focusing on more, is ensuring that the environment is conducive for new entrants into the market. That will not only grow the sector, but that will also grow the innovation within the sector. Chair, I'll be amiss actually not to mention this, that currently the number of companies that South Africa has, if I take just on the upstream, are very few. We can count them within our 2 hands. However, their positioning internationally is way above some of the other countries in terms of about 99% of their components or products and services that they provide are exported to the international market. You find space agencies like NASA, as well as some of the big international space companies, actually procure from our companies. So though we might be small, the impact that we are already making, and one already sees that with the small investments that has been made, the opportunity for growth is actually there, and the opportunity to take up a bigger chunk of the global space market is actually there if we were to increase our investment. And so this objective talks to SANSA putting more investment within the space sector. The human capital development is one of the critical elements, because we do need to continuously build a pipeline that will feed into building this national capability. Most importantly, though, we want to do all of this so that we can help government address the triple challenge that governments are faced with, as well as all the other national development plans or developmental agenda that governments are putting in place. So whether we're talking about addressing climate change, or we're talking about water resource management, and I'll share some of these examples through the presentation today, space is quite core in enabling government to be able to be responsive. And our role is ensuring that government is aware of the benefits and the value of space, and the products and services that could actually support government are actually available. To achieve this, we need an enabled environment. And one of the major aspects to enable this environment is appropriate investment in the infrastructure. And space infrastructure, Chair and members, is not a cheap investment that you make. But even if you look at our roads and our water resources, none of the infrastructure that is meant to service a country actually comes cheap. So when we're looking at the investments that need to be made, we also need to be looking at the benefits that come with that. One of the challenges that we find is currently, and this is not just limited to the space sector, is throughout the investment mechanism that government use for infrastructure. There are instruments that one can apply for to get funding for capital investments into the infrastructure, but we are very thin in the country in terms of having mechanisms to support the operations and the maintenance of that infrastructure. In particular, for some of the sectors where revenue generation directly from that infrastructure is not as possible. It's not like you can put a toll road and you can start charging for the use of the road. So there needs to be And we are hoping that with some of the mechanisms that government is putting in place, this lopsided in terms of what opportunities are available for capital infrastructure will also increase in availability for operations and maintenance. And of course, what we're ultimately looking for is to make sure that we also use the products and services that we have to already start taking part of the market share of the global space. So South Africa is well positioned in certain instances to provide commercial services to the international community. When you're buying a house, you get told that position, and this is exactly one of our advantages. We are well positioned where we are at, in particular with our site in Hartbeespoort, and actually even with our site in Hermanus, because some of the services that the geographical location allows us to provide are quite unique, and therefore a competitive advantage that the agency gets to have. So how do we deliver as an organization? The chairperson did mention that SANSA is currently undergoing a transition of the business model. However, for 2021, 2022, we were still structured in accordance to the programs that the members are seeing. The administration is quite self-explanatory because that's where the enterprise support sits. And then we were driving the core business of the space value chain through four programs, Earth observations, which tends to more look at how do we use the space applications on environmental issues on the ground, monitoring water resources, addressing food security issues. Whereas for space science, we are more looking to see what's happening in the outer space. The effects of the sun and on land is one, and hence the space weather capability is one of our pride and joys capabilities at the moment. And then space operations, I've already talked about. This is now where we're actually providing international support to the global space community with regards launch support and tracking and tasking of satellites that the community is launching. Space engineering really speaks more to the capability for satellite missions and satellite built missions. This is one area where the capability within SANSA itself has been a bit lacking, and that's mainly because we haven't had proper space missions development programs for the team to be working on. But we do have initiatives at hand that we're hoping will come through, and this capability can be strengthened. So, Chair, if I look at where the performance for the organization set in 2021, 2022, we are proud to actually say SANSA was able to achieve 94% of the set targets. And this meant that one target was not achieved in the past financial year. A bit of details on this, and I'm not going to go through all of them, Chair, but I'll just pick up on some of the highlights that sort of like illustrate where the focus and the value as well as the impact actually sit. If we look at the target of where we've managed to reach 48% of government entities, here we're looking to make sure that government is actually first and foremost aware of the fact that space can actually assist. But secondly, what we're really measuring is those government institutions, and this starts from local all the way to national government, as well as some of the entities of government, the ability to actually use. So it's those who've actually used the products and services from space, whether it's satellite imagery or the data itself, or the products and services that have been derived from the raw imagery that we acquire from a global space satellite imagery providers. The second one that is actually also linked to that is it's one thing to go to a municipality, and the chairperson has mentioned this. It's one thing to go to a local municipality and say, you know, you can use space to address some of your water issues, or to address some of your roll call in terms of the housing and collecting rates for revenue generation. most often we find that our government entities as well as institutions do not necessarily have internal capability to actually uptake space. And so one of the things that we focus on is providing training interventions to make sure that the uptake can be there. Surprisingly, for 2021, 2022, even though we're still in the midst of COVID, we really shot out. And I guess that was one of the advantages actually of COVID, because we had virtual platforms, whereas it will take us a while to organize a workshop, to go to Matatiel, to meet with the municipality, they train the municipality, and there's costs involved in organizing the workshop. Now you set up the workshop online. We managed to go over double the target that that we had set. And one of the aspects of this was the strategy that we had put in place as a response to the district development model, aligning with the priorities that the Department of Science and Innovation had picked up. The response from municipalities, in particular around the disaster risk reduction training, how you can actually use space to support your planning for disaster, but most importantly also for response. We've seen some of our interventions come into fruition with the UKZN floods. I think we shared some of this with the committee when we came in May, and also we made similar efforts and provided the imagery and products and services when the Jonkersfontein Dam incident that has just recently occurred. We cannot underestimate the value of being able to do a very quick impact assessment once a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, as was the case in the latter, has occurred. So these two targets go hand in hand. We ensure that the training is provided so that our users are able to use our products and services. At a time when we really stressed and limited in terms of the resources the department did provide, where the shortfalls in terms of the budgets are falling in. And if as SANSA we look at where the ambition on the national space strategy and the national space policy sits in terms of the budget that government would be investing in space, we are frankly at the moment at about 15% of the envisaged budget by those instruments, which the ambitions we're wanting to achieve have actually not changed at all, but the financial aspects are not quite aligned with those ambitions. To make sure that we come close and we complement the funding that comes from government to SANSA, we leverage both the national as well as the international partnerships. During COVID, we used again the virtual platforms to fast track some of the partnerships that we have in identifying, and Chair here must be very clear here, we're not talking about the number of MOUs that SANSA has signed, but we are actually literally talking about the number of activities and projects that are being undertaken through these partnerships. The only target that we were not able to meet was the one that's linked to our skills audit and the workplace plan for the organization. And this is because we started quite late with this initiative, and due to a number of reasons, because of some of the challenges we were dealing with coming out of COVID. We started late in Q4, and so we were not able to complete the project. But however, our target is still on for 22-23, and we are making strides, and for now we are looking like we are going to meet the target by the end of this financial year. Just maybe on to touch on some of the other targets that we had. When we look at the operationalization of some of our infrastructure, and here aimed at making sure that we service not only government but the national space sector as well. We'll talk a little bit about the Space Weather Center, which at the end of the last financial year with 70% of the implementation. Now we're talking about launching the Space Weather Center this year. Digital Earth South Africa, which is looking at making sure that the commercial high resolution satellite imagery that we procure on behalf of government is made easily accessible to government, addressing not only access to satellite imagery, but also addressing the issue of the infrastructure infrastructure that one requires in terms of computing capability to process the data. On revenue generation, I've noted that some of our partnerships are aimed at ensuring that we bring in additional resources to the organization to meet its mandate. We started the year very low around the income generation from our space operations activities, in particular, so following from 2020, because the market was really negatively impacted by COVID-19. We did not have as many launch support activities as we usually do. But luckily for us, towards the end of the financial year, it picked up, and it picked up very strong to a point that we overachieved that target. And this is really also a big thanks to the team, who actually are always looking around to grab all opportunities as much as possible, which end up with us having a human resource issue that our teams are very stretched at all given time. I will talk a bit, Chair, on our research capability in the next slide. So I'm going to move on to the next slide now. So one of the highlights and that we had for the past year is the increase in the deployment of our African instrumentation network. And this really talks to the real-time global navigation satellite systems instruments. What we do here is, as much as we get in data from space, we also need ground instruments for some of the observations, not only to calibrate the information we get, but there is information that is much easier and much better to actually get from your ground instruments. For the Space Weather Initiative, one of our ways of making sure that we provide quality products and services is to have an instrumentation network that goes out in the whole continent. So we've got instrumentation from Botswana to Kenya to Egypt. An advantage that also comes from this is that we are then able to partner with the institutions that host our infrastructure. And the hosting is important because of security reasons. So you need to make sure that someone is there to look after the instruments, but not all of them have real-time downloading. So we also need people to collect the data for us in some instances. But most importantly, it also strengthens the research collaboration with these institutions, because then our researchers, we make the data available to the researchers of the institutions, and that promotes collaboration with our researchers who then go and publish together. I'm going to just go one slide forward, Chair, and then I'm going to come back to the other slide. What this research also does is, you would see that with our research, our researchers are actually ranked within the top 10% of research output in the country. And this we're comparing to universities, to the university outputs. This means that our research team average about 3 peer-reviewed publications per year. It's absolutely amazing, more so to still be maintaining this level of research output as an institutions, as we're seeing a down spiral in availability of research grants, which we really depend on to promote our publication and research capability as an organization. So if I can come back to this one, we see one of the things that we pride ourselves on is ensuring that we provide quality products and services to our clients. So last year we transitioned on our sites to different ISO standards, and this was mainly because we found that the one that we had was limiting in terms of the level of quality that we can push ourselves to provide. And then the SANSA Hermanus facility, we also achieved an ISO 9000 certification for products and services. As we're servicing not only local market, but also international market, these are some of the things that we pride ourselves, because we can give that guarantee to our clients that what they're receiving from us is good quality and it meets the international standards. Last year, we also saw South Africa being appointed following an international bidding process, in particular looking for a hosting institution within the African continent. One of the things that was being evaluated here was whether the current activities and programs that an entity has have a national reach or have a continental reach. And we scored very high on this because even on our vision, we do have Africa being central to us. The Digital Earth Africa platform, Chair, is similar to the Digital Earth South Africa platform. The difference is that this platform is actually looking to service what we call open access satellite imagery. So these are mainly publicly owned satellite data repositories that are available for free. But it's one thing to say the data is available for free. It's something else to actually say, can I download that data? Will I have a computer capability to be able to process that imagery? This platform is one of its kind currently in the continent. And actually I would go as far as saying worldwide, because if we do not count Australia as a continent, we count it as a country, we would say Digital Earth Africa is the first data cube platform that is continent-wide. Why is this important? Is that for the first time ever, we are now able as African countries to have a platform where you can access satellite imagery and products that come from that imagery over the whole continent. When you go in, you don't see the boundaries that I was talking, the country boundaries. All you see is imagery. Those institutions that are working on cross-border issues, like with integrated water resource management is the case, find this platform very useful, because now you get data that allows you to run your models, that you can model not only the rivers within your country, but also what happens upstream and what happens downstream. So it's a huge achievement. On the space weather center side, Chair, we are very proud and are grateful and thankful to the Department of Science and Innovation for the resource allocation that has been made. To put together the Space Weather Center, we've spent over 107 million to date. We can outline some of the direct benefits that we found. Currently, we have 15 professional jobs that have been created, and most proud is that for the first time the country has space weather forecasters, and these space weather forecasters are young Black girls coming from townships and the rural communities around South Africa. We've also created indirect jobs, about 45 temporary indirect jobs through this, and proudly so that 70% of the subcontractors that were used to build the Space Weather Center came from the Hermanas, so it came within the local municipality itself. Some of the indirect benefits, which are definitely worth mentioning, is the public interest that we've been able to get together through this program, being able to engage the community at large in terms of what space weather and the benefits of space weather are to us, especially so now that we're really going forward into the fourth industrial revolution, and as a community we're so dependent on technology. Technology is vulnerable to what happens in space. Technology is vulnerable to how the sun behaves, and what the space weather capability aims to do is to provide us with those warnings in advance, and also ensure that we have strategies in place for response. Chair, we're looking forward to the center. It now went operational at the end of the financial year. We're at 70% on implementation. We are proud to say in August, we tested going 24/7 operational, and in November, we're looking forward to the launch of the capability. In terms of skills of human capital development, we do have bursary programs that the organization offers, and this is in partnership with the National Research Foundation and the Department of Science and Innovation, a bursary program. We also do provide interns as well, and I'm going to just do a jump again here. So you would find that of the 86 students and interns that were supported in the prior year, 51% of those were female. We're quite proud of this because we've been tracking this since about 2016. In 2016, we were supporting about 33% of females, and now we found ourselves, we've gone over the threshold of 51%, and this is truly more coming from being very intentional about how we promote the opportunities and also how we evaluate when the applications come through. And most of these bursaries are targeted to the historical disadvantaged institutions in the country. So that's the side on the students, but what we also promote is for the learners, and especially the still school-going learners, as well as for the teachers as well. And the national network of science centers that the department and NRF run allows us to also use those platforms to promote space. So in most of these centers, you'll find exhibitions that are done by the Space Agency, and we're also applying for our own science center to be part of the national network of science centers as well. It will be amiss, Chair, for us not to have a science engagement program that goes directly to schools and also brings schools to our facilities, because the youth is really the people that we are looking at for the future, and we need to inspire them from a very young age to take up science and mathematics, but most importantly, to actually know the diversity of careers that space could make available. So in the prior year, we were able to reach over 30,000 learners throughout the country, and we intentionally target, Chair, and in support of the district development model, rural communities as well as townships. If you look around, sometimes you might actually find us in your local shopping center. If you were in Makanda about 2 or 3 weeks ago, you would have found us on entrance 7 of the shopping center there, and the aim is to reach the communities where they at, and to provide them with the fascination and the aspiration that comes from space. SANSA is very committed in terms of supporting the young people and engaging them in this. We spend about 4% of our budget on science engagement. With an additional more budget on that, we could easily triple the numbers that we are currently making at the moment. I mentioned, Chair, that ultimately what we're looking for is to make sure that our government is supported and government is able to uptake the products and services that comes from space. This graph shows the raw minimum in terms of what one can get from space, which is just the data, just the imagery. But with this imagery, you are able to support research as well. So we support students. Some of them are doing masters and others are doing PhDs. I think in the prior year we had 10 postgraduate students that we were supporting. But what's most important is that with this data, one is able to develop a number of products and services. And this starts from your fire monitoring. When there's fire outbreak, we are there to respond to those. And as I've already mentioned, even with the floods that come, we are there to respond. One of the products and services that has actually gone very wide, its usage and uptake in the country is spreading like fire at the moment, is what we call a water volume product. It's an online platform that one can go to. You can go to yourself as the members of the committee. I'll share on the Zoom link, the website link to that, and check what the water availability in the dam closest to you is. And here you can look at the water levels from farm dams to our major water supply dams. It's a very powerful product that we're offering to the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as to the water authorities in the country. Now we see the uptake. Given the Development Bank of South Africa is also using it, the Housing Aid Development Agency is also using this. This is just one of the examples of the products that we were able to bring out from the satellite imagery in the prior year and provide to government at large. Chair, at this point, I'm going to take a short break, and I'm going to hand over to the CFO to take us through the financials. Thanks, Chair. CFO.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable committee members. I'll be taking us through SANSA's financial overview for the year ended 31 March 2022. Total revenue came in at 332.7 million. Comprising transfer and subsidies received of 249.7 million. Other components of revenue included own revenue of 75 million rand, which is mostly contract income from public and private customers. Interest income came in at 4.7 million and other income 3.2 million. Next slide, please. Looking at the expenditure, total expenditure was 347.2 million, comprising operating costs of 249.6 million, capital expenditure of 48.8 million, and compensation of employees 153 million. If we can move to the next slide. Chair, here we just depict the operating expenses that were incurred under each of our programs. You can see starting from the right and moving to the left, space operations, 31%, space science, 22%, space engineering, 2%, earth observation, 22%, and administration program, 23%. Next slide. On this slide, we look at the external audit outcomes, starting with the block at the top left. You can see there has been an improvement where SANSA moved from unqualified audit opinions with findings in 2019, 2020, also 2020 and 2021. The year under review was unqualified with no findings. The block on the right shows general improvement compared to prior years, but there are some areas of concern relating to senior management, and those areas in particular come from the blocks in the bottom right, risk areas, as well as drivers of internal controls. We have some IT governance issues, which we're currently working with, particularly relating to general controls, where improvement is ongoing. Next slide. Chair, I'd like to stop at this point. This slide summarizes what I've just described on the external audit outcomes. Thank you.
See, acting CEO. Okay, there we go.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, my gadget, I couldn't find the button to come back online again. Thank you so much, as CFO. Chair, the next slides will go very quickly on. They just touch on the human resources aspects for the organization. We did see a growth by the time we closed the year from 193 employees to 203. The members mustn't be too alarmed about the high vacancy rate. We do capture the requirements for future projects that we are anticipated to come in, and we fill the vacancy rate as those projects come online. In terms of the employee information, Chair, I think what I would like to highlight on this slide is that 47% of our employees are youth, which talks to just how young this organization is at heart as well as in age. There are a couple of slides, Chair, in the presentation that provide the members with a distribution in terms of where the skill set sit, and you would find that majority of our employees are still sitting within professional qualified and skilled categories. I think what's worth to note, Chair, is the gender balance in terms of diversity and inclusion in the organization, the gender and the race. In most of our areas, we are getting to 50% of females, and you can see that majority of our employees are within the African, and we also got colored as well as Indian and white. We do have 2 foreign national appointments, and one of those is the research SANSA chair, which was the first in the country to have an entity actually host a research chair for Space Weather Center. And again, thanks to the department for actually supporting us to have that capability in the country. Chair, I will not take too much time on the challenges slide. What we've also attempted to provide is the mitigation that the organization is put forward in terms of the challenges, and these challenges sort of like cross between the years. We had captured them to inform us in terms of developing the new APP and the things we must be looking out for, and also the mitigation against those. So we are progressing very well in addressing this with the support of the department, Chair. And lastly, one of the elements that we had not met was around human resources on the skills audit and the workforce plan. The initiatives are continuing in this year, and we are almost halfway through meeting the target for the skills audit in this current financial year. We are also supporting the organization. I think the chairperson mentioned that we are transitioning into a new business model. This makes it very crucial to ensure that we've got change management and culture driven programs that are in place to support our employees, as well as the review of our policies and processes to ensure that they align with the new business model that the organization is embarking on. And of course, continuous learning by our employees is forever critical. Chair, I think I've covered most of these aspects. I think what is mainly to highlight is our space weather capability launch that's coming up in November, and say that the organization is continuing to implement the 2020-2025 strategic plan through the APP for 22-23. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Chairperson Ndlovu, I will assume, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair. I would like now to hand over to DDG from DSI to brief the committee about the launch of the Space Weather Center. DDG?
Yeah, thanks very much. And very briefly, I think as has been indicated by the acting CEO, over the past 2 years, I think we've come to the portfolio committee, informing and updating the portfolio committee on the developments around the establishment of the Space Weather Center in Hermanus as one of the, I think, 3 regional centers for weather, for space weather. We can proudly say that within a short period of time, managed to get that established. The building and the construction has been completed, as well as the actual going live in terms of 24-hour service. So the launch thereof is penciled, I understand, for the 4th of November, and the invitations have actually gone out from the minister. So we just are hoping that this will really be a proud moment that you'll probably also be part of. So we are quite excited about it. I think it does really continue to reinforce our quest for leadership globally in terms of space sciences. Thanks very much.
Thank you, DDG. Chairperson, this is all from my side. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for your presentations. It's now 12:23. I would like to propose that we break. I know on the agenda, we had said that we would break for about, I think it says 30 minutes or so, yeah. I'd like to change the agenda a bit, amend the agenda a bit. And if we could break for about 10 minutes, just for a body break. And then, or perhaps let's break for a body, let's adjourn for a body break for about 10 minutes. Then we'll come back for questions and responses from the department and its entities. So if we can be back at around 12:33, okay, let's say 12:35, and then we'll go into the questions and responses. Thanks, colleagues.
Recording stopped.
So we've received the annual
recording
report,
in progress.
the performance of the Department of Science and Innovation and its entities, well, the entities that have appeared this morning, which is the Hsrc and SANSA. Will receive more briefings on Friday. Perhaps can I note at this point questions and comments from members? I see Honorable Litzia's hand was up even before, well, while we had adjourned for a body break. So Honorable Litzia, your hand is noted, followed by Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Sibiam, and I'll take other hands as they come. I think from my side, but you know, we do have a standing appreciation for the ability of this department to manage itself well, to govern itself well, and to perform well, to utilize its funds significantly well. And we acknowledge that it is noted or acknowledged as one of the best performing departments in government. However, we will continue to reiterate the fact that for us, what becomes quintessential is the impact that we then have on the daily lived realities of citizens of this country. There's someone whose device is, I don't know, Bright Jenna. I don't know why Bright Jenna's device keeps showing on my screen. Need to just understand something. So yeah, so yes, colleagues, what remains important and concerning to us is the performance of the department. And that is something that we have been consistent about and consistent in raising. We've been consistent in raising issues around transformation, inclusivity, representation, and those matters will be cross-cutting across the department. Those are not matters that will change at any point or anytime soon. And those are matters that we can't be apologetic about. You know, one thing that I really would want the department to do is to plan around its intentionality, the department and its entities, looking at our performance, looking at our performance in terms of gender representation, in terms of transformation and inclusivity, is to be very intentional in terms of the targets that we set on how we ensure a succession plan of transformation within the entire national system of innovation. It needs to be something that we can literally monitor and evaluate, but it can only be monitored and evaluated if we plan for it. So as we come out of, and we plan for it intentionally with set targets. So, I mean, I know that the acting CEO of SANSA would even further argue to say, with a set budget, you know, when we speak about gender budgeting, it's something that we need to be intentional about, and that needs to be part and parcel of our planning. Apologies, colleagues, I just need to. So that needs to be part and parcel of our planning, and it's something that, so we've agreed that a lot of what a part of the recommendations that we make looking or reflecting on our performance needs to speak to the plans that we're going to set going into the next year. You know, at the time of which we receive our the performance plans of the department and its entities, yes, we do make our contributions on them. However, at times it does feel as though it is a bit too late in the process. And so it is at this stage when we're reviewing our performance that we also need to start saying, okay, what is it that we better, what is it that we need to do better going into the next year? So I also think it's very important. I mean, I started, of course, with, you know, speaking to issues of transformation, representation that cuts across. I mean, if I speak to SANSA, for example, the acting CEO, Ms. Melissa, states that, you know, South Africa, our companies are able to, our companies within the South African our companies within the South African space market are able to contribute quite intensely to the entire or to the global space market, right? And there are a lot of countries or big companies that are procuring from our companies, from South African companies. But when you look at the makeup of those companies, to be frank, colleagues, they're lily white boys choirs. And I don't know how I feel about that. And I mean, I don't think it's even an issue of feelings. It's problematic. And so, you know, we also need to, whilst we applaud the fact that as South Africa, we are able to contribute immensely to the international system of innovation, who is part of those teams or those efforts representing South Africa that are contributing to this, you know, great work that we are doing as South Africa in the international system of innovation? So who are these companies that are able to, you know, place South Africa on the map in terms of the services or products that we are able to contribute to the global space market? Who are those people in South Africa? Because Nompendulo wants a young Black girl from Aidudra, or, you know, to be part and parcel of those companies that are putting together these satellites. At some point, Ms. Melissa, you know, I know at the moment we don't have capacity to launch rockets, but maybe that time will come where South Africa can launch its own rockets, you know. And so we need to be, when we plan, I think we need to be a bit more honorable. I don't know if you're opening your camera as you are trying to intimidate me. No, today it's Science Day, so I'm going to have fun with the department. I will have a state of Nompendulo address on the Department of Science and Innovation. So yes, colleagues, I really think that, you know, just on the matter of transformation within the space of science and innovation, it's something that we cannot be apologetic about. It's something that we need to plan intentionally for. If we're saying that, I mean, I think I need further clarity on this matter when we speak about vacancy rates in SANSA, for example, that we are saying part of the vacancy rate relates to future programs of the entity. We are clearly planning for future programs, and in the planning for those future programs and in the inclusion of certain positions that may have to exist and be filled for those programs, what is our intentionality in terms of targeting inclusivity and representation in that? So that for me, you know, is the type of planning that I think we need to have when it comes to that. And also to caution as colleagues that yes, indeed, we need to have gender budgeting or gender responsive budgeting, but we also need to, with the budget that we currently have, we need to be able to do the best that we can. We're not going to wait for you know, lump sums of money to come for us to begin journeys of transformation. So I really needed to emphasize that, and it's a position of the committee that is unwavering, and until we see the type of transformation that we want to see. If I go to Hsrc, I really want to appreciate the opening remarks by the new chairperson of the board, really inspiring in terms of bringing confidence or bring about confidence in how the board intends to turn the tide at the organization. We, Chair, Dr. Lubisi, would really appreciate if you could furnish us with the input that you made. If you could kindly send it to us for archiving purposes, because there's a lot that you said that was really critical in terms of understanding the posture of the board, taking on the massive responsibilities that you have, considering the regress in terms of the audit outcome of the entity, which is very concerning. And, you did allude to some of the initiatives that the board has already began with, but we don't want to miss any part of those commitments that you have made as a board, and really want to support your sentiments around the fact that you are not in a business of popularity contest. There are decisions that you'll have to make that are going to be very difficult, and we support that. That is the type of robustness, honesty, frankness that we want to see from boards across the board, and so we really appreciate that that confidence that you have brought to us in relation to that. And then also, noting the concerns around budget within the Hsrc and the need for an increased budget, and particularly in relation to the parliamentary grant. I must say that, colleagues, it's easier to increase funding for when you know that the funds are going to be utilized accordingly. And so, when we see issues around irregular expenditure, it becomes concerning. We do note the limitations that do come with having a limited budget in terms of your performance, but we need to find a way to match the two and bring each other into confidence in relation to that. I think issues around procurement and contract management and the concerns around that in the Hsrc have been noted. When I go into the DSI or to the DSI, I'm struggling to understand, colleagues, and maybe you will assist me. But when we look at Program 4 on research, development, and support, my understanding is that these are bursaries that we are supposed to have awarded. We had thought we had hoped to award 6,200, and we've only been able to award 5,643. And there's another target that's similar to that has not been met. I don't know if an explanation around demand is sufficient when there are concerns, when young people are coming to us and saying we want to do our honors and masters and we don't have funding. When young people are coming to us and saying we want to do our PhDs and we don't have funding. So I want to understand where the disjuncture then is in that case. And if we're saying maybe young people are not pursuing their postgraduate studies in areas that we want to currently invest in assisting in addressing some of the socioeconomic development challenges or collisions that the country has, then what are we doing to inform young people that, as the Department of Science and Innovation, we want to assist the country in addressing 1, 2, 3, and we need more young people to be studying this and to be solving these issues, so that young people can then go and research that, and therefore we can then fund them. I don't know if I'm missing the issue, but colleagues can assist me. But I know it also speaks directly then to the matter around, what do we call it? Science awareness, science engagement programs. And I really want us to think, colleagues, critically on how our science engagement programs can really hit the nail in terms of what we want them to achieve, right? So in my head, we want the science engagement programs to assist us in having more young people come into the space, attracting more young people into the sciences, into technology, into engineering, into STEM programs and so forth. We also want these engagements to assist us in increasing funding from private sector, from public sector, from government and its entities in terms of better budget coordination. We want our science engagement to assist us in ensuring that all citizens understand the importance of science and innovation, that all citizens engage in activities of science and innovation, that all citizens understand the impact of science and innovation on their daily lived realities. And I know that COVID has assisted us in articulating that a bit better. I think there's a greater appreciation coming out of COVID and the work that the department has done out of COVID or during COVID. But we also want science engagement to assist us in ensuring that omama bethu basemakhaya who have been practicing various forms of indigenous knowledge systems know that they can find a way of protecting these systems and promoting these systems through the work of the DSI, right? So I think when we plan for science engagement, let us not plan programs, colleagues, that just assist us to have conversations that, I don't know, they remain here between me and you and yes, and let us try our utmost best to ensure that when we plan our science engagement programs, they deal directly with the particular crisis that we are seeing and that we want to address. So our science engagement must assist us perhaps in ensuring that we are able to meet the targets that we set for the bursaries that we want to award, and whatever stream of funding or whatever stream that we feel is critical right now for our socioeconomic development in funding young people to go and study in. So let us work in ensuring that our programs, our planning, you know, when I'm saying, colleagues, let us go and introspect and reflect on the impacts of our planning, because impact, colleagues, is something that is very important in terms of the work that we are doing. And also, and I know that, I mean, colleagues have seen how, as a committee, we have tried our utmost best and have remained committed to playing the role of a motor force in lobbying other committees to understand the importance of science and innovation, and to then, you know, play their oversight role on their departments in investing and supporting science and innovation in their departments. We are concerned, colleagues, of course, on the vacancies in the department, in the leadership of the department. Some DDG positions, I think, are being acted on, the head of international audit and the CFO. And I just think we need to be brought into confidence on how we're going to manage that. And then when we speak about, going back to SANSA, when we speak about the filling of the position of the CEO by the new calendar year, are we looking at January? Are we looking at the 1st of January? What do we have a date perhaps in relation to that? I think I'll leave it at that for now, colleagues, and apologize for taking long, and then hand over to Honorable Litsie, Honorable Mananiso, and Honorable Sibia.
Good day, Chair. You did not take long. You were coming right with it, one by one. We really appreciated what we're doing. Chair, maybe let me start, like I always do, with a comment, and I want to echo your sentiment on what Prof. Lubisi was saying at the beginning. And I want to agree with you that please, Prof, share with us your profound opening, but also, Chair, appreciate the commitment of Prof. Lubisi. So, you know, sometimes I'll call him Prof. Lubisi, sometimes I'll call him Dr. Lubisi. I don't know when is he Prof and when is he Doctor. Sometimes they say Doctor, sometimes they say Prof. So I'll also use them interchangeably like that. But also appreciate, Chair, the commitment of the new chair of the board of Hsrc. As he said at the beginning, he was meant to be on a flight somewhere. He had to cancel because there was no other board member who was available to come and stand in for him. If that is not commitment enough, I don't know honestly what would be. So let's appreciate the commitment from him. But also, Chair,
Prof was the first ever chairperson of the board of Umalus. And colleagues at Hsrc, if you don't know your new chair, maybe let me tell you that he laid the foundation at Umalus. Umalus chairperson, when it was formed 20 years ago, he became the first chair of the board there, laid the foundation of a new organization. And Umalusi today, in fact, yesterday, because I also sit in the portfolio committee on basic education, Umalusi today, and I'm not sure if in this reporting format, there's one organization which has achieved a clean audit, but also achieved 100% of its performance indicators, 100%, no deviation on anything. And this is an entity which was obviously at the beginning, right when it started, Prof. Lubisi was chairing it. So the people of Malus there, and I don't even want to speak about his work after that when he was DG and the presidency and all of those. I would have liked, maybe this is on a lighter note, I would have liked to see him maybe chairing one of our boards in the higher or councils in the universities.
Agreed.
Or boards in the cities, because his work ethic is impeccable, is very impressive. So welcome, Prof. Lubisi, in our higher education. We really, well, I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to seeing the work that you will be doing at that entity. And therefore, Chair, I will start with questions to Hsrc, because I would have started by showing my appreciation for the work that Prof. Lubisi would have done over the years during his impressive career. Chair, the new board has identified the most prevalent challenges to the operation of Hsrc. A high vacancy rate, which continues to put the pressure on the available human resources there in the entity, and information technology infrastructure and security, which are threatened by lack of dedicated infrastructure investment. Furthermore, a financial model that remains contentious in that it detracts from the availability of senior researchers to respond to critical research needs while having to raise funds simultaneously. What is it that the new board has identified or came up with as a response to these challenges that they have identified themselves? The new board states that it will work to refine Hsrc research agenda, which is on page 7 of the annual report. Will the board please provide us with some insight and detail as to its thinking around this matter? The discussion around the ideal funding model for DSI entities is an ongoing matter. What is the new board view on this issue? And what can they propose as a way forward on this matter? What is Hsrc's current vacancy rate? And in light of the statement in its 2022-2023 annual performance plan, that staff will reduce further over the next 3 years. What areas of work were most affected by the 32 resignations and 15 end of contract positions in the 2021-2022 financial year? What progress can be reported in relation to the CEO appointment process? When do you think the whole process will end, where you have appointed a CEO substantively? What is the current outlook for achieving 2022-2023 targets for PhD appointments? And in relation to the audit, Hsrc regressed from clean to unqualified with the opinion. What is the Hsrc's view of the material irregularity finding in relation to the leave accrual? The matter was identified and reported to management in 2020. What factors have led to it only being addressed now? What actions are being implemented to address the identified weaknesses? Has the matter around the incorrect interpretation of the term sole supplier versus single source supplier been resolved? Since this was also the reason for some of the irregular expenditure incurred last year and the year before that. Has the full amount of fruitful and wasteful expenditure been recovered from the responsible staff? Has provision been made for a dedicated capital expenditure allocation for infrastructure to address the problem of outdated appointment? So will then Chair go to SANSA, which was promising new t-shirts and more, and not us. Again, okay, this one I will ask to the department. Page 151 and 52 of the annual report lists the key risks to SANSA. What progress can be reported in relation to: 1, the transfer of ownership of the Gauteng facility from Denel to SANSA? If Denel cannot afford to maintain the facility, why is not being transferred to SANSA so that this key infrastructure is not lost? And what are the challenges there? Is they need for department conversation between defense and ourselves, or inter-portfolio committee meeting? Maybe we might need to have a joint committee with the portfolio committee on defense on this infrastructure that is being lost there, that can be used efficiently by ourselves here with SANSA. Efforts to protect SANSA sites from radio frequency and magnetic interference. What progress can you report in relation to that? And what are the key strategic risks to SANSA as it migrates to its new business model? And in relation to funding challenges, where the surplus funds roll over to the current financial year, the chair would have asked that you may not have funded everybody wanted to. What happened to those funds? Were they rolled over or Treasury took them? Please give us a feedback on that and why. If Treasury took them, why did you not apply for for them to to be used to roll over for this financial year. And is SANSA seeking a change to its PFMA scheduling status? Will this require a legislative amendment? If yes, and what are the views of the DSI around this possible action? We will leave SANSA at that. Today we're in a good mood, Chair, so we're not asking SANSA very difficult questions. They are our people. The department, why are our entities in the department having so many acting people? Is it, you know, why it's as if we're at Hollywood or Runback Studios of ETV? Everybody's acting. Why is that the case? And why can't we immediately, when somebody moves on, if that is the case, we don't expedite the process of appointing a substantive somebody, following the process, but obviously being quicker, not waiting 3 months after the person resigned for us to advertise, which means it will take a minimum 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. Because that first period when a person has resigned, I believe that we could advertise almost immediately, unless we don't know what kind of a CEO we want. So maybe tell us, department, why our entities taking so long to appoint especially CEOs who are very critical in the management of our institutions. So, what progress, department, can you report in relation to your review of your organizational structure? And what are the timeframes attached to this process? When can we expect this new structure of yours to be finalized? Please give us the timeframes there. And what is the recruitment status for the vacant position, which Honorable Mukachwa asked about on the TDG's head of internal audit and CFO post? So what is the status and timeframes there? When can we expect that these positions will be filled? On your MTSF targets, can you also give us a detailed report or feedback or progress on how far are you with your MTSF targets? I will go to finance. The Department of Science and Innovation, we've had many meetings, Chairperson, where in our discussions with them, sorry, we're agreeing that the department is underfinanced, and we must do everything in our power to try and get them better finances, because we believe they can play a much more critical role in helping other departments and all of that. But the department is underspent now by 43.6 million rands. which makes it very difficult for us. So when we make noise, then, oh, you're not spending, you're not funding DSI enough and all of those things. So, you know, it makes us, and across political parties, by the way, we've went to the chambers of parliament and argued that we need the department to be financed more. Marla report, Anya's report, you know, we've underspent by 43.6 million rand, which makes our case weak. That spend this one, you know, so please help us on that one. And please tell us if those funds were returned to National Treasury or you applied for a rollover and it was approved. Please take us through that. And on transfers and subsidies, over 4 million or around 4 million was underspent. And what are the key, or what were the key contributing project and factors of this underspending? And then on page 272, note 18.2, contingent assets states that, open quote, the department claimed an amount of just over 3,491,786 rands against Charisma Bredenkamp for damages suffered. The department is uncertain given the amount that has been claimed at Mrs. Bredenkamp. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Mrs. Bredenkamp is unknown. Close quote. Please explain this note and the issue to which it pertains. What really happened here, and what are the proposed funding requests for each of the 5 programs for 2022, 2023, 2024, and has there been preliminary indication as to what would be awarded in relation to the requests? What are the most critical funding shortfalls? Moreover, by how much? And what will impact, and what will be the impact of this shortfalls be? Chairperson, having taken exactly 3 minutes and 45 seconds, I wish to end here, but emphasize my delightfulness, my happiness at the appointment of not only one of the best administrators administratively, but also somebody who, when in a governance position, also does extremely well. Welcome, Dr. Professor Hsrc to the higher education space and to Hsrc. I think we're going to work very well with yourselves. Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's now 4 minutes that I've taken. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And let me welcome all the presentations. I wish to say that I'm covered by both yourself and Litsi. However, one doesn't want to be seen as somebody who has accompanied his peers or her peers. So, Chair, one, I think we are covered on issues of the need for structural transformation. That particular agenda cannot be postponed. It must happen every day in our lifetimes. I have seen in all these particular presentation, there's a need of including people with disability into our mainstream in this particular space of DSI and our entities. There's lack of people with disability, which is one. And moving forward, they would need to indicate as well from their demographics in terms of numbers of youth who are people in their workspaces as well, so that we are able to check if there's transformational agenda in terms of including those who are from different age cohort. Chairperson, I think we need to acknowledge the work that has been done. You know, when you come to issues of DSI and their entities, you are able to, you know, show off as a South African person. And one would want to emphasize that it is important that they strengthen and promote their marketing awareness programs, because at times when we speak issues of science, innovation, and technology, we feel that it's for certain state class or certain level of people, or just, you know, learned people. So it is important that they make sure that we don't leave people behind. As they are busy having plans for district models, they need to bring these issues down to the ground so that people can know that as South Africa, we've got the best infrastructure space in terms of science, innovation, and technology. On issues of funding, issues of the ideas that the new board is coming with from Hsrc, I'm covered by Honorable Litsie. I think one would want to emphasize that it is important that all these entities note that issues of vacancies for us, it is a ASAP issues. I heard that one of the presenters was saying that from SANSA, we must not be alarmed. We are alarmed by everything that seeks to delay the development. So it is important that all our entities, they must ensure that they employ people and they make sure that those critical vacancies are being dealt with as they deal with transformational issues. So we are alarmed. They need to send to us specific timeframes on when are they going to make sure that they fill all these vacant posts. I'm speaking to all the presenters who has actually presented today. Chairperson, I think now I can go to Hsrc. I think the chairperson's remarks, really for people like myself who are young, they are so, you know, giving us hope in a sense that you would want to hear what is it they are doing on a daily basis. So it is important that we note that they are saying that they are taking unpopular decisions, and I'm happy that they have a plan in terms of recovering monies. I mean, this thing of accountability, it must happen to everybody, even if when you are at home, you must still account because of this is a public place. So I'm very happy about how they are going to ensure that they are recovering the money that is being lost by the institution. And Chair, I just want to caution them in terms of how they do their presentation. There's every time where there's a presentation on slide 16, the issue of the unskilled. For me, it doesn't sit well because of, as this caring government, at least we have made sure that even general workers, they have certain skills. So they would need to make sure that moving forward, they omit that part of unskilled, because you can't be having people who are unskilled, at least semi-skilled, and you know, how in terms of how SANSA puts it, it is better. So it is important that moving forward, they deal with how they construct that thing of unskilled. It doesn't sound nice from a caring government like ourselves. Chair, on the issue of SANSA, I think one wants to welcome their plan in terms of the new business model. And I hope that they would share this particular model with us so that we are able to do our robust oversight and accountability if really it is the new business model and it is fit for purpose. So can they just submit that to us? I want to ask them about the issue of the National Space Infrastructure Hub program was gazetted as a strategic infrastructure and aims to attract 4.5 billion of investor funding to strengthen the space value chain I want to check with them, what are the time frames attached to securing this level of investment? What are the key outcomes from the feasibility study? What are the key findings and recommendations stemming from SANSA's institutional review? Describe the support provided by SANSA in response to the flood disaster in the KZN and Eastern Cape provinces. What was the level of uptake of these services by the institution responsible for the disaster relief and mitigation? Lastly, what progress can be reported in relation to the process to appoint a new CEO? I think they did cover some of that issue, but can they specifically give us the time frame to say by this day that particular person will be employed? Chair, I think with those few words that I have said, it is important, as you said, that there should be focus on the domestic development, and it is important that we increase our partnership for incubation program and accelerated based in all higher education universities and identify strategic TVET colleges. Lastly, Chairperson, the department should increase its internships and training opportunities in all its entities, particular specialized area. Let us not leave anyone behind. The issue of access to information is an enabler for any transformation or development. So it is important as well that as we move forward in this particular space, we must ensure that there's inclusivity as well in terms of indigenous languages. However, one is very happy to be serving with people of your caliber, colleagues, because I know when Honorable Lithian is going to town in terms of giving us the history of individuals, I know that those particular people can be traced and they are actually doing their work. And as we always say, science, innovation, and technology is about solving the solutions of our community. So you are on course, however, bring it close to my door where I come from in Buhlaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manani. So, Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for presentations. On Hsrc, I left with one question. Why does the entity support government? How does the entity support government planning and impact assessment? And are there any findings of Hsrc utilized as envisaged? SANSA, what opportunities is SANSA not taking advantage of due to limited capacity? And what is the potential socioeconomic impact of those opportunities? The other one, how does the entity protect the intellectual property of SANSA when its employees leave the entity? And the other one is, has the entity experienced any incident of its intellectual property being used by its former employees? Good DSI. What is the demand for the high-level research student support programs in designated areas, and was the allocation to the technology diffusion project of the expense at the expense of other technology development projects? The other one, the entity did not match 40% expenditure, which was a target on women-owned companies. So what procurement plan is in place to prioritize women-owned companies in the science and innovation value chain? The other one, what are the strategic areas in which historical historical disadvantages institutions will engage with international opportunities, and what type of opportunities is this department planning in this regard? The last one, what is the plan of the department to crowd in private investment in R&D in critical areas of economic transformation and growth? We would like to recommend that the department should increase its internship and training opportunities in all its entities, particularly in specialized areas. And the other recommendation is that the department should focus on the domestic development of the upstream market of manufacturing renewable energy solutions. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia. Don't see any other hands up. Honorable Boshoff, I think I miss your voice today, but hopefully we'll hear from you on Friday.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I have a problem with Friday that I have a party commitment. Our executive is meeting on Friday, but today I'm a very good listener.
Okay. All right, no, that's fine, Honorable Boshoff. Thank you very much. I think I just want to check my notes over here. Sorry, give me 1 second. All right, could the colleagues who have hosting rights. Okay, I thought I also have hosting rights, but there's something I'm looking for here that I can't find. Okay, no, that's fine, because it seems as though the app has spotlighted Honorable Itie, so it does seeing him throughout our entire engagements. But if colleagues who, the main host of, if you could unspotlight Honorable Itie, if you just click on the 3 dots on his, on him, it should assist you in unspotlighting him, if that makes sense. I just want to really appreciate all the comments and questions and recommendations from members. And you see, acting CEO and chairperson of SANSA, the reason why honorable members love oversight and interacting with the departments and entities outside of committee meetings is that we come back from those engagements with a better understanding of the entity or the department or the department's program. And therefore, when we do our oversight work as a committee, we are strengthened. And I want to use this platform, colleagues, to, I note the department and SANSA both sort of reporting on how we are able to use, what do you call this? How we are able to use the Earth observations that we make to inform some of the decisions we make around disaster management. I mean, I think the CEO was taking us through some app that I think is going to assist with water and understanding, how much water is in whichever dam is close to you. And those are really great innovations. And the only thing I do have to emphasize to colleagues from both SANSA and the DSI is really how we strengthen breaking the gap, or how we bridge the gap, there we go. How we bridge the gap between that work that SANSA is doing, or that some of the DSI's entities are doing, and the line departments that those type of innovations would assist, right? And I think in that regard, we need to plan better. And I know that the decadal plan is an intervention of the department that can really assist to break those sort of barriers of having really great work, all this remote sensing that we are doing, and ensuring that it has a direct impact in terms of our mitigative strategies and responsive strategies as a country. And this is a conversation, honorable members, that we've had before in our engagements with, I think it's called the Access program, I can't remember, but there was a presentation we received and we were so excited, all of us, Renee included, our content advisors, and we were so excited by that presentation and how it was even, presented to us in terms of the amazing work that can be done in the science and innovation space that has a direct impact on our citizens. I want to speak on a matter, colleagues, on some of the international agreements or corporations that we have, to say that we note where they stand and we note the performance outcome of the department, particularly the department in relation to this. I think some of the colleagues already spoke to SANSA and some of the international corporations we have within the continent and how we can strengthen that. And we note, of course, the weaknesses and strengths within the continent in terms of the space program. But there are those countries where we can do really groundbreaking work with, and we can strengthen or harness where their strengths are. But I want to speak on international corporations and agreements and say, and Mr. Morfa, you referred to this, right? To say some of the international corporations you were speaking to, you did try and allude to the economic benefit that it has. But we really do need to stress, colleagues, that even when we've not met those particular targets and they're not sitting where we want them to sit, we need to, as we work on that, we need to ensure that those agreements have a direct impact on the socioeconomic needs of the country, particularly unemployment. And I mean, we often cry about how the continent is so rich in terms of minerals. In the case of space, in the case of astronomy, we have this geographic advantage that we have. And we cannot be apologetic about that being one of our greatest strengths. Of course, yes, we have, for example, engineering capacities and so forth. But this one of the fact of our skies and of our land, and the fact that people can come put their ground stations or come put whatever and data capture from here, we need to be unapologetic about the fact that that is one of our strengths as a country, and not waver in terms of the agreements that we make, and be unapologetic. Of course, there must be diplomacy and there's a give and take, and but that really needs to be something that we are resolute on to say, no, but this is our strength as South Africa, and without us allowing you access to our countries to set up your telescopes. I know we're not dealing with the NRF today and its subsidiaries, but whatever it is that we can offer as SANSA, whatever it is that we can offer as the DSI through all our entities is our strength. And it's something that we need not to be apologetic about. And we need to ensure that the returns of it are very clear. And the returns of it are not just awards that sometimes are not even monetary, where we can just say, oh, South Africa, South Africa, it's so nice, colleagues, that we come out in papers and people give us some maybe a trophy. That's good, but it needs to have direct translation to addressing the high unemployment rates, high inequality, and poverty, high poverty rates in our country. And I really hope that colleagues look, as we reflect and introspect on our performance, and we work towards strengthening where we've not done well, we take some of that, into consideration. And then, yes, I think I did refer to the bridging the gap between the work that DSI is doing and how it has impact across other departments and other spheres of government, be it municipalities and so forth, and how really we hope that the decadal plan can assist us in addressing that disjuncture that exists in that regard. And then perhaps just looking into the appropriateness or relevance of performance indicators and targets of the DSI and its entities. is it possible, or does the department do some form of evaluation or put in place some sort of evaluation and assurance mechanism to ensure that the identified targets are appropriate and relevant in terms of what we want to achieve through the mandate of the DSI and its entities? I think we'll leave it at that for now, colleagues and honorable members, and ask that we get responses. So let's start with Mr. Mofa. I want to start the other way. I'm going to end with you. You sum it up as the leader of the delegation. So I'm going to start with the Hsrc, then I'll go to SANSA, and then if there are any inputs from the AG, we'll take those as well, and then go over to the department led by Mr. Mofa today. I want to check if the DM is on the platform. If he is on the platform, he will, of course, have the final say. All right, so let's hand over to Dr. Lubisi from the Hsrc.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I will try to answer some of the high-level questions and comments which members have made. I wish to, first of all, thank the honorable members for the very warm words of welcome that have been given to us as we begin this most important work of turning around the Hsrc. Now, thank you so much for your kind words. It is a very difficult job indeed that we have started, and we will stay true to our commitment as indicated in our opening remarks. Chairperson, as you have requested, I have emailed the opening remarks to Ms. Shanaz Isaacs at exactly 12:54. So those should be in her email by now. I take to heart your concern indeed that we as the Hsrc cannot be seen to be campaigning correctly so for an increase in the parliamentary budget of the Hsrc, but at the same time not balance that with proper financial management, because it doesn't give a very good sense to anyone if we are to not be seen to be spending the money that we have currently in a manner that is within the law and the Constitution of the Republic. And we take kindly to those comments. I think you are absolutely correct. One matter which has been asked, I think, by all honorable members who spoke relate to the issue of the CEO and the senior management. The Hsrc has, in the past few months, made great strides in filling up the vacancies at its top echelons. Today, you saw for the first time our new executive responsible for human resource management, who made a presentation on that part of our annual report. She's literally just joined the Hsrc less than a month ago. So we welcome her into the fold. We want to commit that by the end of this month of October 2022, we will make an important announcement in regard to the appointment of a Chief Executive Officer of the Hsrc. We will make an announcement in that regard. However, of course, as it is well known, there has to be negotiations, and these negotiations are ongoing at the moment. We will be finalizing this by the end of this month. So we will make that important announcement, Chairperson, through our Minister, Blaine Zimande. Chairperson, in regard to some of the questions that were raised by Honorable Litsia, most of them I'll ask the management to deal with them. In regard to the issue of the financial model, it's a matter that the previous board was trying to deal with, and we are also seized with that matter. At the moment, the reality is that the parliamentary grant versus the research revenue is skewed in favor of the research revenue. It's 45-55 in favor of the research revenue. In 2018, the Hsrc did what's called an institutional review, which led to the development of the strategic plan 2020 to 2025. And in those processes, the ideal was seen to be 80-20 in favor of the parliamentary grant, but we are far from that at the moment. As I said, the research revenue is above 55-45. But of course, there are dangers to those kinds of dynamics, Chairperson. Is that then sometimes you might lose control over the research agenda, because it is well known by the Scottish that he or she who pays the piper decides the tune, and therefore the more we rely on research revenue, the more we lose control of the research agenda, and that's one of the things that we need to look at, and we are committed to working very closely with both the National Treasury and your honorable selves in order to reverse this matter. At least let's have a balance for now, because it will take us some time to reach the 80-20 ratio which we seek to have. In regard to, we also wish to thank members for recognizing the tough decisions that we have taken since we have arrived, including the reversal of the decision not to recover the tax money which had been inappropriately not deducted from staff due to an error committed a few years ago in 2016. Chair, I wish to say in regard to the matter of unskilled personnel that Honorable Mananiso raised, I think she is correct, and I think our management should take note of this, because it does say something about us that we do need to develop every South African to have a measure of some skill so that we don't have unskilled personnel within our ranks, because that's an issue which would suggest that we are not doing as much for transformation as we should. In regard to the issues raised by Honorable Sibia, look, the Hsrc has taken a position that impact is one of the most important matters in an organization. We have gone to the extent that it is no point in us doing research which does not have impact. We've gone to the extent of even creating an impact center within the Hsrc, led by one of our most senior executives, Professor Heidi van Rooyen. But I would suggest that Professor Simbai and Professor Swartz say more about this so that we can alert the committee to the work we are doing on impact. Chairperson, let me leave it there and ask Professor Simbai to fill up the specific gaps that I would have left in my reply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lubisi. And afternoon again, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. Thanks for the comments that were given in response to our presentation. They are really much appreciated. In terms of the responses, I'll let Professor Swartz continue with the issue of impact. She will address that directly, as well as another issue. But I wanted to make a couple of comments and then pass on to the other colleagues to also respond. Again, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, thanks for your summary at the end where you highlighted very important issues. As our chair has indicated, we do take the issue of transformation seriously. And for us, the issue is much broader, whereas the inclusivity and representativeness are critical aspects of that. But transformation extends to include who is producing the knowledge. I think the idea is that there shouldn't people from a particular class or race who are seen to produce the knowledge that we acquire and share with the nation. So we are addressing that aspect. In line with DSI, we're also expanding on our science engagement with a view that the findings that come out of our research does not end up in reports or in peer-reviewed publications, but also we find ways to communicate that, among others, including perhaps in one or two of the vernacular languages. So in essence, there is quite a holistic approach, again, actually, interestingly, which is in line with an approach that is being advocated by DSI. And we are working as one of the entities with other entities together with DSI on this issue. Second and last issue I'll comment on for the moment is, although we have a full-time employee establishment of between 400 to 500, my colleague will talk about the vacancy rate and related issues. It's important just to highlight that there was mention from one of the honorable members, I'm sorry I didn't note the name, that we have actually been providing internships not only within the organization, we have master's internships, the one which we report here in particular are PhD research internships. We also have some postdoctoral fellows as part of our contribution. But apart from that, we were part of a presidential youth employment initiative until recently, which has come to the end over the last financial year and the current one, where we had employed up to 1,000 recent graduates. And another program that does now exist and is being run by the Hsrc on behalf of DSI, it used to be in NRF. We have over 400 interns who we recruit but they are employed throughout the national system of innovation. And this is across all areas of study and not just in humanities and social sciences. And then in terms of job creation, just to get a flavor of this, you did hear mention of some of the large surveys that we are currently undertaking. 3 of those, the largest of these surveys, having been employing up to 1,000 field workers from across the country. And basically they started last financial year, and all of the projects hopefully will be completed by this financial year. So in a way, when we're talking about research income, in particular, given the subject matter of humanities and social sciences, the bulk of our expenses include payment of additional fieldwork staff. Unfortunately, most of the contracts are for under a year, but again, these surveys are repeated. So there are opportunities, there are at times where people work with us on several rounds of the same survey because they've worked with us before. I think it's important for the committee to take note of that. I'd like to pass you on to Professor Swartz.
Thank you very much, Professor Simbayi. Colleagues, the 2 questions I wanted to address are the issue of impact and talk a little bit about how the Hsrc is going about making sure that we deepen both engaged research and also ensuring that we are a real partner to government and a support to government, as Honourable Sabia asked. So in the annual report, we've produced a few examples of where that impact is beginning to occur, as well as if we look back over the past few years, some of the members would remember the Labour Market Impact Survey, and each year the Minister produces a skills and high demand list, and that was work that we did through that engagement through the Labour Market Impact Study. We've been doing quite a lot of work with the SETAs, most recently around Black industrialists, and I think we'll see some of the outcomes of that quite soon. I did mention about the Social Security Review and the engagement with DSD around the Universal Basic Income Grant. And that is a piece of work that we are especially proud of, not only because of the scientific work that we've done about things like affordability, but also some of the public engagements and debates that we have organized with civil society, as well as with economists to look at, for example, the costing of that issue. And that's certainly come out as something that the Department of Social Development are championing. I could go on and talk about lots of other pieces of work, but what we're trying to do in the Hsrc is to understand the policy cycle and the legislative policy making cycle and ensure that our work reaches the right decision makers at the right time. You'll understand that that's quite a difficult job to do. Often research has its own timing, and the policy cycle and the research timing need to be integrated and coordinated. And that's what the work of the Impact Centre is trying to do. And we're also trying to make sure that it cuts across the entire organization so that every researcher begins to understand the relationship between research outputs and the actual outcomes in terms of policymakers, but also interventions in civil society. So it's an exciting development, and one that we have just recently also signed an MOU with the NRF with regards engagement and making sure that we deepen our impact when it comes to research and policy making. And then the last comment I want to make is Honourable Letsie asked whether we are going to meet our PhD target for this coming year. And I've had a look at the numbers, and I know who will graduate this year, and it doesn't look like we will. But Honourable Letsie, we've got a target over the strategic plan, And every year we increase that target. And I can't say that we are absolutely certain that we will meet the 5-year target for staff who have PhDs, but it's certainly an important priority for us. And we've made sure that staff have got time to do it. They have, there's bursary money for them to do it, and that we are recruiting people as well with PhDs, but we're also making sure that in keeping with our transformation targets, that especially our Black female staff are really helped to get PhDs. So thank you very much, CEO, and I think I can hand over to our CFO with your permission.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Prof. Swartz and Chairperson and honourable members. There was a couple of questions, and I first would like to stand still at the irregular expenditure. The question was, asked the amount increased? Yes, for the current year, it's now the 37 million that we are reporting. But I can confirm, I double-checked my figures, 95% of the 37, which is about 35 million, relates to the issue that was picked up in last year's audit about the single suppliers. The single suppliers is where we have contracted either with a funder or talking to government to employ specific suppliers or universities to do work for us. Unfortunately, we did not meet all the criteria, and the one issue where we fell short is we had to get pre-approval from National Treasury. This was communicated last year to us by the AG when we had the big issue. We obviously quantified the last years, and now we went back and quantified the years before. And that's why we're ending now at the 35 million. I can confirm there was no financial loss in terms of this. It was only the requirement of not reporting to National Treasury or getting their pre-approval. I want to say luckily for us as an institution, the procurement regulations have been amended from the beginning of the financial year, where we've got deviations by other means, and these single suppliers fall in that category. On a monthly basis, we report the transactions to National Treasury, indicating where we have appointed on these deviations, but they don't have to go to National Treasury anymore. I can report we did not have any new items of these in the year under the audit. Everything is taken care of. It's part of the investigations just to get the reports, but I can confirm thus far the reports I've received, no financial loss has been as occurred due to these appointments. It's only that pre-approval from National Treasury that was not granted. A question was asked about the material irregularity, and I would just like to give a bit of more context regarding it. Management self-identified the issue in July 2020, and it was rectified on the payroll immediately in August 2020. What took a bit longer time is establishing all of the values per employee per tax year. We had to go back to our previous payroll system, get all the figures before we had a final report to show to our board and the Auditor-General. This only occurred now in February. We had the preliminary report, and by May, we had the final report indicating the figures. It came from the change in pension fund limits, and unfortunately, our risk components were part of the pension fund deductions, and it's not supposed to be there. Employees are responsible for that in their own name, and they got let's say, an extra deduction in terms of the tax. As indicated, we're in process to correct that portion, but on our system, it has been corrected since August 2020. It was the identification that was the problem, and now we're going to enter into recouping it from our staff members. Another item that was asked is about the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Yes, we are recouping from our staff members where we feel it is, obviously it is necessary. It's mostly relating to changing of tickets, a type of speeding ticket or missing a flight. So we do recoup it from staff members. We do have a portion that is going to be written off on an annual basis. As indicated, we have a lot of these contract workers, and before we can sometimes do the deduction, they unfortunately are done with their contracts. But as an organization, we take it seriously, and that amount for the current year is only 44,000. So not million, 44,000 Rand for the end of the financial year that we are recouping from staff members. Lastly, we did ask every year when we had our surplus. I must just emphasize, our surplus is created by all of our revenue streams, of which our own income, our own research revenue is a main component of that. When we do have surplus, we do ask for the IT to be spent. It's now been 2 years that we have started upgrading our systems. Unfortunately, due to that procurement issues we had in February this year, we couldn't spend everything before year end, but we could commit. It was paid after year end, and we are continuing to see that we can invest more money into our IT and our systems to ensure we don't have a repeat in terms of our deteriorated IT systems. So we are moving towards that to ensure from our normal money, we do have money available to invest in our IT. Chairperson, I think that's it from my side, CEO.
Okay, and lastly, Lulekwa.
Thank you, CEO. I'm going to reflect then on the vacancy rates. As at the end of September, we sitting at about 13% vacancy rates overall. And this is an area that we also then giving the necessary attention to reduce the vacancy rates and fill the positions as soon as possible. Of course, there's challenges around attracting the right skills at the right time, but mechanisms are in place to counter these. So over time, it's an area that we're planning to reduce our vacancy rate going forward quite substantially. The other areas have been covered around skills, unskilled employees and all that. So besides just the issue of whether we're using the correct terminology, we will pay attention to upskilling all our employees across various levels and occupational categories. Thank you, CEO, and thank you to the committee.
Thanks so much. Just to add, Chair, Honorable Chair, just to add, the term skilled employees is based on the reports that we submit both to the Department of Employment and Labor, as well as National Treasury. So it's not that we mean to denigrate anyone. It's just that that's the employment category as per employment equity legislation. On that point, I pass back to our own chair. I don't know if, sir, you want to sum up, Dr. Luvisi.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me thank the colleagues for providing those responses. The only thing that I wanted to add in regard to the vacancies, Chairperson, there was a time when there was a moratorium from National Treasury for us not to hire. And that put the brakes, in fact. As people resigned, they were not replaced due to a moratorium that had been put on us, on everyone else. And the other matter, which is a more fundamental matter, Chairperson, is that when we compare the Hsrc with like organizations, we look at the market, the salary scales at the Hsrc are relatively lower than the market. And as a result, it becomes extremely difficult to attract some of the best people to the Hsrc. And in fact, we see a reverse in that some of our key people get attracted into institutions such as universities, who have a much better salary range than we do. So it's a struggle that we will have for quite some time, until such time that we bring our scales to market scales. With that, Chairperson, thank you very much for giving us the chance to address the committee today and answer questions. We want to reiterate that we are committed to turning things around and ensuring that the Hsrc really preoccupies itself with its primary function, rather than to be too preoccupied with compliance. The compliance matters must be just matters of form, and should be matters that we do as of rule. However, we need to ensure that we keep the performance of the Hsrc in line with its mandate. And that's what we need to concentrate on. And if we want to do that, we must do proper administration and ensure that there is no maladministration, because that's going to keep us concentrated on the wrong things. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to the Chair, as well as the CEO and the entire team from the Hsrc for those responses. And we look forward to seeing Izinto Zijika, Chair, at the Hsrc. And we commit ourselves as the committee to, I apologize profusely, colleagues, for that sound. I have a serious pigeon crisis in my home. I don't know if there are any innovations around how to deal with pigeons. I recently attempted to address the issue. So now they fight all the time on my roof, and I apologize if there was any sound there, but those are some of the innovations, Mr. Morphe, that you know, some of us are looking for. But Chair, as I was saying, thank you very much, and we want to commit ourselves as a committee to playing a very supportive role in ensuring that the entity is able to reach its core mandate. We don't believe as a committee that we hold a red pen of some sort, you know, on some witch hunt, but rather we are there to really support and guide and correct where correction needs be. But there's no other way. But thank you very much, Chair and the CEO, for your responses. I'd like to now hand over to colleagues from SANSA. We are a bit pressed for time, colleagues. If there are matters that colleagues feel they need to express in greater detail, and therefore would need to, if there are matters colleagues would like to express in greater detail, would like to encourage you to express those in writing within 7 days from today's meeting. So let me hand over to Mr. Ndlovu and then to the acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I've recorded about 16 questions and a comment from the Chair. I will deal with some of those questions, and the CEO and our executive colleagues will also help in dealing with some of these. The first comment is the intentionality when it comes to transformation at SANSA, especially when it comes to new positions. That input is welcome, Chair. We will endeavor to be intentional about this. Thank you for that. The second question I'd like to deal with is the appointment of the CEO. I think almost every honorable member of the PEC that is commented has asked this question. Our target date for the appointment of the SANSA CEO is the person to start working on the 1st of January 2023. That is the target date. We are working hard to make sure that the target date is actually met. And then for the next question that I would like to deal with is the question of the PFMA schedule status change. We do recognize the SANSA that being a Schedule 3A does offer certain challenges when it comes to investment as well as retaining of surplus fund. Yes, one of those questions that we asked regarding what is happening with the surplus fund that was actually recorded in this fund in the past financial year. Because SANSA does need to actually invest in maintaining infrastructure and those type of things. What we're saying here is we note that there is this challenge. We are in discussion with the DSI to see if there are any mechanisms that we can actually employ to try and deal with this. So there's no definite position with regards to the change in the schedule status, committee members. The next question that I'd like to deal with is the bridging the gap between science, especially what we do with SANSA and the line departments, as well as the international cooperation agreements to leverage those for socio-economic benefits to South Africa. I'll hand over those two questions to the acting CEO to deal with. Acting CEO.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, Chair, you sent
you for that. Let me see who was disturbing us. Mr. Rambao, can you please switch off? Police, can I kindly ask that Mr. Rambao be muted?
No.
Apologies for that, CEO. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Actually, Chair, the main thing that's left for us to say is really that we quite concur with the positioning that you are putting out, that the time for us to be apologetic about the elements that actually sets us for competitive advantage as a country is past. We do ensure that in all our partnerships, especially with the international community, that we position for the best interest of South Africa, and we will take an example with the current negotiations around the ground station for the Manchesfontein Deep Space Network to be put here. At first glance, one might say that the main beneficiaries is the international community, in particular NASA, because they're requiring that ground station for their launch and their moon landing activities. However, from our view, this is one of those clear examples where the geographic advantage comes to our play because of where we are situated. The site is quite a prime site for us to provide the support at a commercial cost to NASA. So the structure of the collaboration, and this illustrates the structure of all of our collaborations, really is where South Africa makes an investment and the international partner also makes an investment, and it's very clear in terms of what the beneficiation for South Africa is in the long term, as we find with the Manchesfontein Deep Space Network. We will not be benefiting only from the contracting that we'll be doing with NASA, but it also positions us to provide that service to other space-faring nations that are wanting to embark on lunar missions. That's on the commercial side. But if you also think around the inspiration, because space is really an inspirational area, a ground station of that sort and the kind of support mechanisms that we'll be providing to the space community also provides us an opportunity to actually build inspirational programs to promote the use of space, as well as the research that one needs to take when going into lunar missions and so forth. So, Chair, I think in short, we fully align with the sentiments that you are sharing, and we do our best to always make sure that South Africa is well positioned in these engagements. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The other question, CEO, that I'd like you to deal with is the issue of the key risks to SANSA on page 151, 152. And you might as well deal with the risks that comes with the a new business model. Over to you, CEO.
I thank you so much, Chair. The risks that come with the new business model, and I'll try to make this brief. One can put into four categories. The one is ensuring that we stay aligned with the strategy and the strategic intent of SANSA, as well as the mandate that SANSA has been given. That we're not setting up a model that is going to deviate and take us away from the main mandate of the organization. So that's the one thing that we constantly looking at. In particular, so this becomes one of the areas of concerns that the minute we start talking about and the Hsrc has pointed to this. The minute you start looking for commercial relief that's coming outside your own space, you start having your risk of having in external influences in terms of what you're doing. So this is one of the major elements that we are looking at. The second one is around leadership ownership, and this is not only the executive leadership, it also includes the board, and it also includes the Department of Science and Innovation, because the ownership at these levels is quite critical, because the success of the new model is dependent on how management and the leadership within the organization actually drives the model. It does change quite a lot in terms of how the organization carries out its business, moving away from almost a federated approach in terms of how our programs are established to a value chain approach. So it creates a lot of dependencies and a lot of complementarities versus, allow me for the use of the word, the almost silo effect that comes with federated approaches. So the leadership ownership becomes one of the areas that we've identified for strategic risk. The third one is around processes and systems, as well as ensuring that our internal controls stay in place or stay fit, especially whilst we're transitioning. And this talks to how even our financial systems, our HR systems continue to support the business and continue to enable the business to deliver on the commitments that it has made, and not compromise the business in any way during the transition process. So that's the third strategic area of the risks that we found. And the last one is, last but not least, is labor relations. These are the risks that are related to the buy-in by employees, and ensuring that in our implementation of the model, the labor laws and policies and practices that this country has in place are effectively applied. We do not want to find ourselves in instances where we are taken to CCMAs and taken to the labor court because we contravened our labor law policy. So identified risks around where potentially this could happen and mitigation. So for all of the risks, I think we've identified to date about 12 risks, and it's an ongoing a process, because as we're implementing, we're keeping the risk register alive, because new risks are coming up as we go along. So there's currently about 12 risks that have been identified, and each one of those has mitigation plans in place that are continuously monitored almost at a weekly basis, actually, to see how much progress we are making in mitigating against the identified risks. Chair, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe just to add, the request from Honorable Mananiso regarding the new business model. I think we will be able to share that that business model is, again, with regards to the rationale as to what was behind it. As per your request, and if it's required, we will take an opportunity to make a presentation so that it's not just a cold document, it is actually being engaged with. With regards to the rollover of surplus funds, can I request the CFO to respond to that question. Mr. Brighton.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the surplus retention, National Treasury has allowed us to retain the surplus we declared for the March 2022 financial year. It's a full retention and there are no problems in that regard.
All right, thank you. With regards to the protection of SANSA sites, I will request Dr. Leanne McKinnell to respond to that question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members and Chair. Yes, so SANSA has two parts of its business and two sites that are vulnerable to electromagnetic interference and radio frequency interference. That is the Hardy-Beeshoek site and the Hermanus site. So over the past year, we've made a lot of progress in terms of establishing some legislative protection for those sites. The Hardy-Beeshoek site is already a national key point under the National Key Points Act and has been one since 1986. We are building on that. And this year we submitted an application for the Hermanus site to be declared a national key point site as well. And this is in preparation for our request for a bylaw, a municipal bylaw, as well as a legislative act protecting the area that Hermanus is operating in from an electromagnetic interference point of view. We have also recently had very good and conducive engagements with AGSA regarding our radio frequency interference. And we are quite positive now about AGSA working with us to ensure that our part of the spectrum that we need for space activities is protected. Then on the magnetic interference side, we've also undertaken a magnetic gradient survey of our site in Hermanus, which is the magnetically clean area. We've also put an action plan in place to look at how do we protect it going forward. And we are also engaging the local and the district municipality around a municipal bylaw. And all of that has happened in the last year. As things get built up and our business grows, we also realize that we are going to have to we're going to have to put legislative protection in place to protect the sites, and we're working very hard on that. So there's been a lot of progress this year, and we thank the committee for any support that can be given to us in this endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Honourable Chair, the other question that was raised by Honourable Mananiso is the progress on the SIH. I believe that DSI has actually covered that aspect. It has gone through the BFI, the budget facility process, and there's a request for extra information that SANSA is actually working on. And so we will keep you abreast in terms of the progress of that one. The very last one I would like to deal with is the issues of transfer of the facility, the Gauteng facility from Denel to SANSA. And there has been engagement recently between Denel and SANSA, specifically on that facility. There's also been engagement between Denel and DSI on the same subject. I believe that the agreement was to set up a steering committee between the two organizations, SANSA and DSI and Denel, to start transitioning the transfer of that facility over to SANSA. The offer of the committee to facilitate this transfer of the facility is actually acknowledged and appreciated. Through DSI, I'm sure we'll be able to call on that favor when we hit a snag. I don't know if there's any other inputs that DDG would like to make in this regard? I know that there has been engagement between DSI and Denel on this one. DDG, if you have anything to add.
Thanks. I think when the chair gives me an opportunity, Rebecca will address that. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chair, there will be an opportunity, and hopefully you and your committee will be able to honor us and come to the launch of the Space Weather Center, and we can engage more on these questions face to face as well. With that, I would like to hand back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, with all these handing over to the DDG, wants to take my spot of chairing the committee. Let's trust that some questions that may have been posed and do affect your entities will definitely be covered by the department. Let me at this point then thank you, colleagues from SANSA, and request that the AG's office, Mr. Van Vuuren, if there's anything from yourself and Zipo that you'd like to add, now's the opportunity.
Thanks, Chair. From our side, we really don't have anything to add. However, we'd just like to thank the department and its entities for the work that it has done, as well as this committee for the oversight that it's providing. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me then hand over at this point to the DSI, Mr. Morfe.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I think I'm just going to rush immediately into asking Rebecca to respond on some of the SANSA issues very briefly, and then get Gugu to be ready with the questions on DSI vacancies when they are getting filled, and our CFO to respond on the issues of the finances, and then I will deal with the rest. Thanks. Rebecca, because you are rushing to leave now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Chairperson McPassion. I hope you're doing well. I think I wanted to respond on more the strategic issues around the institutional review and the business case of SANSA. We understand that we're still finalizing the management report from SANSA. It still hasn't been received by the department. And we feel that, you know, I know that the chairperson spoke to the timeframes for the process for, you know, putting in place a new CEO, but we're not necessarily talking just the time, but really process. So before that process of putting in place a new CEO can be finalized, really the formal response from SANSA and the board around their views on the institutional review and business case has to be completed with the department, and discussions around that are going to occur over the next few weeks. Now, in terms of the how tech issue, and I think if you talk about how tech, it's really how tech versus space tech. So how tech is just the land, it's the infrastructure, versus space tech is the land, the people, the intellectual property, the capabilities that reside within space tech. And I think we had discussions with Denel a couple of weeks ago, and it seems that they're very clear around what needs to happen and that SANSA should play this role. SANSA is probably best placed to play this role, and we're hoping that before the end of November, that issue will be addressed. It's an urgent issue for the department, and engagements with our counterparts in DPE is occurring. In terms of the Space Infrastructure Hub, we did receive feedback from National Treasury that despite the fact that we submitted a proposal to the BFI, that we would need to get the money out of the DSI baseline, so versus new money. So we are in a process of trying to discover or trying to figure out how we're going to make that happen. We do see the Space Infrastructure Hub as critical to implementing the space strategy, really development in terms of the economic reconstruction recovery plan of the country. And we're making a plan to make sure that SANSA can play a leadership role both in South Africa as well as on the African continent around space science and technology. So I think I've answered more or less the more critical strategic issues that needed to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dr. Masrimuli. I think just, Honorable Chair, the issues that you have raised on transformation, I think I need to indicate here that the matters of transformation are, as much as they are really your concern, they are first on the item of the areas of priorities for the department. As we plan now, we're working on the annual plans for 2023-2024. And one of the critical area of engagement between us and the entities is on the new transformation framework that we have developed. And this framework, which will also answer some of the questions that have been raised by other honorable members, it focuses on ensuring that whatever we do in our planning is going to consider the issue of racial equity. It's going to also look at issues of inclusivity when it comes to young people, women, also what we call spatial transformation, where we talk about ensuring that the benefits of science, technology, and innovation can even be felt in far-flung area, in rural areas and in the townships, and also including into this the issue of languages, how we begin to really, when we develop technologies and innovations, are also language sensitive. So this is a framework that we implementing as part of the APPs for the next financial year. And all the entities will really have to provide an account on how they are doing in these particular areas. Now, you also specifically, Honorable Chair, spoke about issues of transformation in the area of space science. And I would like to really speak about that because there are initiatives that we have been working on in that area. So you may recall that early this year when we launched those 3 nano satellites, those are locally developed satellites, and they are developed as part of the DSI program situated at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. And the reason for that program is predominantly to train young Black women, South Africans in space and in satellite manufacturing. And we are pleased that even as you look at the demographics of the people that are involved in the manufacturing, it really does put us in a good stand in terms of the role we're playing on transformation. And I must also indicate here that actually the company that has throughout the development of our locally developed satellites and the launching that has been involved in assembly, integration, and testing is a Black women-owned company, which again is a product of some of the programs that we have developed. So it's slow going, but it's happening. But also in the context of what is happening, the brutalness of some of these sectors is that unless South Africa as a country, specifically as a government, really prioritize buying locally developed innovations, these local based companies, Black and women specifically, they will suffer the most because I have had instances where some of these companies that I'm referring to had gone for a year without getting any activity going because we haven't moved to trying to support the space sector the way it's supposed to be supported. And that's one of the things that we hope that as we bring on board a whole range of new space engagement approach, this will really be taken care of. We also have a program that is looking at the development of rockets and rocket engines. That program was started off again to focus on issues of transformation. When we started off without any indication of whether there will be Black or women engineers in it. But I'm pleased to say that today, even when we launched the rockets earlier this year, you could already see that the transformation was already above 50% in terms of the guys that were part of that program. So we hopefully will be going there. The issues around bursaries and the challenges, including the issue of science engagements, we have taken note of the comments you've made, Chair, but also we will be responding to this in writing so that we can provide the necessary details. The issue of the vacancies in our entities, I think those have been addressed. That's the responsibilities of the relevant boards. And we, of course, would just need to ensure that the processes are properly followed, but the boards need to lead the process of recruiting the executives in the entities. The review of the organizational structure and the progress thereof, DDG Gugu will respond to that when she talks about the vacancies. The The MTSF target and how far we are, I think the slides that I presented, I also attempted to indicate that these are the MTSF target, this is how far we have gone, and hence we are comfortable that we are going to achieve the target. There was just one target that I indicated that in terms of the MTSF, we are unlikely to achieve, which was really about science engagement insofar as space science is concerned. But the rest, I have been able to indicate that we are comfortable of reaching the target by the end of the MTSF progress. The finance questions, the CFO will take care of that. And then the rest of the questions have been dealt with by entities. I'm going to give Dudu an opportunity to talk about those areas that I've highlighted. She will provide responses on. Dudu, Gugu.
Thanks, Dr. Moafe. Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, and good afternoon to the colleagues from SANSA and the Hsrc. With regard to the vacancies, there are three critical ones, namely the DDG Technology Innovation, the Chief Audit Executive, and the recently filled CFO. We have managed to fill the CFO as alluded earlier. With regard to the Chief Audit Executive, we in the process of recruiting. It's just that the first candidate recommended for the position did not accept last week. So we had also recommended that the second candidate was appointable. So the process at the moment is with the minister to offer the second recommended candidate. With regard to the DDG Technology Innovation, that advert is already in its finalization stage, as well as other critical senior management positions within the department. We were a bit delayed as well because while we were busy with the process, we also received some interjection from the DPSA saying that because we are undergoing an organizational realignment process, they do not recommend that we continue with appointments. But at the same time, as a department, we had already identified those positions where we were sure nothing was gonna change moving forward. So there had been a decision to say where we see that there's not gonna be any changes, we will go on and appoint and start the recruitment process. But where we foresee changes, for instance, the functions that are emerging from the decadal plan, for instance, you do find that some would remain the same, but some they need some changes here and there. And in some instances, there are overlaps which we've identified, and we are in the process of engaging as EXCO. The process in terms of the organizational realignment is currently underway. We've done quite a lot as a department where we've just been engaging the DDGs to look at what is it that is emerging as far as their portfolios are concerned, taking into consideration the needs of the decadal plan. And then we have had another process where over and above the DDGs, we then invite senior management to also look at what their functions are all about currently and the functions that they see in the DSI of the future. We are then trying to put that together now to consolidate, but then there's another element on the side where we have a service provider that is coming in. We've made sure that we find somebody that is quite clued up with the National System of Innovation to look at our policies holistically in retrospect and the current ones, looking at the white paper and the decadal plan, and just to see what are the functions that we would need as the DSI of the future. We would then align that, what they give us and what we have done so far, and try to interface the two processes. It's going well. We do
something that is going on right now is just to make sure that the employees are on board, the issues of change management and consistent updating everyone. There is a task team where it's all levels that are involved, including organized labor, so that everybody is aware of what is happening and we get buy-in in terms of the project itself. That is all I can give at this moment. I hope I've covered everything. Thanks, Dr. Moafa, back to you.
Thanks very much. CFO?
Thanks, Dr. Moafa, and afternoon once more. Mine is to respond around the underspent amount of 43 million and also to give details. When we were presenting on finances, we did indicate that the bulk of that funding, that underspend, was around compensation of employees. DDG had just alluded to some of the challenges with regard to that area, and also what has been done to ensure that the positions are filled, those that we could fill. It was one of the areas that led to that significant underspending. The 4 million that the Honorable Lizzie wanted to know what is it about. It was under let me just check my records. Science awareness, Chair, we couldn't spend 1 million. Strategic science platform, we didn't spend 571K. Environmental innovation, we didn't spend 1.5 million, and local manufacturing capacity, we couldn't spend 497,000. So those are the key areas that we couldn't spend under transfers and subsidies. And then under the contingent asset, the claim we made to Chris McBrittenkamp, we have claimed 3.4 million from her. And then when she was served with papers to her last known address, she couldn't be found. I mean, that's one of the reasons we are saying her whereabouts are not known. A tracer was used, and then when they went to the sheriff of the court, went to the address that was found by the tracer, they couldn't find her there as well. So the last information we got was that she couldn't be found. There's no one who knows where she is. But I mean, efforts are still being made to try to trace her and find out where she is. And then on the proposed funding, for 2021-22, the department was allocated 9 billion, 6 million that we have indicated. For the current financial year, we were allocated 9 billion 133, which is 1.4% increase, very, very insignificant as compared to our current inflation. For the next financial year, we were allocated an indicative budget of 9 billion 245, which is 1.2% as well, insignificant amount, very low as compared to the current inflation. And for 24-25, our budget is at 9 billion 700 million. Now there it shows a improvement, there it is 4.6, but it's still not that significant. The inflation currently is hovering around 7 to 8%. And then for 25-26, our budget is gonna be around 10 billion 93 million, which is around 3.9%. All the increases, they are not catering for the inflation. Therefore, our budget won't be necessarily be able to us to cover all the needs that we have. We will still be requesting funding. For the current MTEF, Treasury indicated that we should not budget for any increase in our budget. So there was zero budget increase. So as we are indicating, the increase that were given to us are not significant really to make a dent in the challenges that we have. And then yeah, I'm sure I've responded to all the questions. On the issue of procurement, we did indicate that we did not reach our target because one of the challenges we experienced was that as a result of COVID, we couldn't have events where we were able to can target previously disadvantaged groups. But now, since the lockdown has been lifted, we have had quite a number of events. In the past reports, we were not reporting about disabilities. The current report, we are reporting 1.2%, which shows that something is happening. So it is a likelihood that as we move along, that they will be able to have a significant number of people who are in these categories. That will also ensure that our percentage in that area increases. I'm going to stop there. I think I've covered all the comments that were made by members. Thanks, Dr. Move.
Thanks very much. I just want to say to the honorable members, and especially the concerns raised by Honorable Litsie, that your effort to fight for us to get more money is not misplaced. And yes, there is that 4 million that has been unspent, which the CFO has indicated what the causes were. There's very little that could have been done on the compensation side because of the vacancies. However, just to really provide some context, while we're not happy that the 4 million rand hasn't been spent, it is expected that you probably not necessarily spend 100% to the dot of all your budget, which is why even in terms of our reporting, there's an acceptable sort of level of about, I think 7 or 8% of underspend that is sort of found acceptable. But we really are pushing every year, which is why our spend is always less than 1%. So in terms of the actual projects investment, I would say that indeed we do still need to continue to have you fighting on our side to get additional budget, and we will deploy it. You will see the impact as you continue to see it. There were lastly the comments made around the issues of us taking more interns. We will explore all the possibilities in terms of increasing this, but we also want to make the experience of the interns meaningful. So they need to be able to get people who are going to supervise them and for them to do meaningful work that will prepare them for the working environment. So we will have to really have that balance of the numbers versus ensuring that they can be properly supervised and trained in doing their work. And you know, our experience have also shown that the bulk of those that pass through our internship program do get employment opportunities. So we do take the whole area of internships very seriously. I think the issue of the transformation and the disabilities have been taken care of. And I think if DDG Zwane hasn't mentioned that, one of the things around the current recruitment process that we also are emphasizing on is to specify for some of these positions where we are going to make specific provisions that we require candidates who are coming from various priority areas in order for us to reach the transformation targets. I think we probably have addressed almost everything. If there's gaps, you let us know, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mofe, and from the DSI. I think there could be some questions that are outstanding. However, I'd like to suggest that what we do is where we don't feel that the questions have been answered thoroughly, or maybe something has been left out, we are going to send those in writing to yourselves. I would like an indication from colleagues if DM is on the platform. And I see Honorable Litsie's hand. Maybe let me take an Honorable Litsie, then I'll come back to check on the DM. Honorable Litsie?
No, thank you very much. I thought your suggestion was to close me out, hence I was laughing. I hope you had me laughing. As far as
so you laugh.
No, I was saying on the issue of Ms. Breckenbach or whoever, I forgot the name now. Can the department maybe every 3 months, maybe in the next 3 months, give us a detailed report on what is it that they would have been doing from now until the end of the 3 months? So maybe at the end of January, they must give us a report of what methods of what is it that they would have done to try and trace her and get the money back owed to the department. So let's not just leave it at we've been going to a last address and all of that, but we can't get there. So let them give us a detailed report on what is it that they're doing to trace her. Thank you very much. I think on other issues, I'm properly covered. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lydia. So that's definitely a suggestion we would have also made, because but it can't be, right? Also in our attempt to want to recover where people have, stolen or erred gravely so in terms of what we as government, but we as public sector should be doing for the people of this country. And as we always emphasize issues around consequence management, we cannot accept that. So I definitely want to support that suggestion from Honorable Lydia. Thank you very much, colleagues and honorable members. Let's also really implore on the department and its entities to send us their audit action plans once we have adopted this report on this BRRR process. Once we I sincerely apologize. Another thing that perhaps the DSI must assist us with is this situation of our numbers. I mean, I'm using my phone to join the call, and there's this number which probably a call center who's selling me insurance or something. It just won't stop calling, and I don't know if it's normal, colleagues, in terms of our privacy, in terms of a number. So what do we do? And these are some of the things that we need to figure out how we solve, and innovation must assist us with them. I feel like every time I come across a problem today, I keep throwing it at you, Mr. Mwaf, and your department to say, what innovations do we put in place to assist us with some of these things? Of course, some of them are related to security and so forth, but colleagues, we would like to request from yourselves the audit action plans once the report of this particular BRRR process has been adopted. And we will use, the recommendations that have come out from the AG, some of the observations that we have made as a committee to guide the oversight we will be doing over the next couple of months over the department, of course. There is umpago that we've received from the AG, of course, that we do take. There are areas where entities in the department have indicated they would like for us to support as a motive force. There are areas, colleagues, as well, where we need to really work a bit harder or that we need to resolve. I mean, for example, there's a meeting, Shanaz, that is outstanding where we said we need to go into a process of really zooming into where exactly the budget need is. So if we're saying we want an increased budget for DSI, where exactly do we want an increased budget for DSI? So that we don't speak broadly about it. So for what and for which target and to achieve what, and how will it then be to the benefit of citizens? So that is an exercise we had wanted to do as a committee, and definitely coming out of these engagements, it's indicative to the fact that we still need to do that. And of course, there's been great emphasis around focused engagement on impact, planning that is aligned to addressing the needs of the developmental needs of our country, and very, very important, inclusivity. Ghanese or colleagues, Man City, we've made, greater strides in terms of preferential procurement, there was this impact. To that impact, young people are unemployed. Young people living with disabilities are at home. They have great ideas. They are unemployed. They are without economic opportunities. Let us make it our, I don't know, prime target to ensure that where there are opportunities that we can afford to give to them, that we give them. So colleagues, honestly, thank you. So Secretariat has noted all observations and recommendations, and we will go through a process, of course, of adopting that report. At this point, oh my God, I've left out the DM. Can I check again if DM's on the platform? We had received an indication that he would be on the platform at 11, but we are aware of the fact that he had an outreach program with young people in assisting them to apply for NSFAS and other career opportunities. But I don't see him on the platform. So I think at this point, honorable members and colleagues, we can then call this meeting to an end. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you a great Wednesday.
Recording
Thank you, Honorable
stopped.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Siyabonga, siyabonga. Sis Melissa, Sis Andiswa.
Yes,
still on the platform. We look forward, hopefully, to joining yourselves at the launch of the Space Weather Center.
The launch and the full facility visit, definitely, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, then.
Thank you. I even forgot.
Bye, Advocate.